Okay, I think we are connected. Good evening, friends. It's the evening before Halloween, and I'm here to bring you another set of spooky stories. This time, it's not going to be fiction. Not like yesterday with Edgar Allan Poe's Murders in the Rue Morgue. This time, this will be a series of spooky tales centered around an area where I grew up, Marysville, California. Hello, Vanessa. Commence spook time. And you guys are the hardcore gangsters. You you show up instantaneously when I go live. You guys are awesome. I do want to wait a few minutes to make sure everybody is here with us. I chose the thumbnail image to be one of the spookiest images of the person we're going to talk about tonight. I grew up in the Marysville area. My parents were divorced, so we had different homes in different places, and they moved several different times. So my dad was up in the foothills. That's how we came to lose our family friend in the Cascade Fire 2017. He sort of like one of our neighbors. Could have been us killed in that wildfire that PG&E started if my dad had still lived there. Now he lives in Marysville now. And, it's a pretty chill place, pretty small. Yuba City and Marysville are not exactly known as hotbeds of crime. You can see that where the location is, you can see Sacramento being here and Yuba City's right up here. I'll get to the geography more in a minute. Because of geography, the layout of the area is actually very, very conducive to disappearance and very helpful for anyone trying to hide bodies. It's very difficult to search that area because there's two rivers. There's the Great Feather River and the Yuba River that converge here at this point. Marysville was once the Queen of the West. It was a place of opera houses. It was possibly going to end up as the state capital back in the gold rush, but because of hydraulic mining up in the foothills where they just washed away mountains in search of giant nuggets, I mean, some of which were like 54 pounds near Paradise, the silt came down out of the foothills over here to the right, and it's silted up, meaning just kind of buried the river bottoms so that every year in the wintertime floods with snow melt, in the springtime snow melt, I should say, Marysville and the Yuba City area, this whole region began to flood like crazy. And riverboats could no longer make the passage. I mean, Mark Twain took a riverboat from Sacramento here to Marysville, and later he goes up to see the gold rush areas, writes things like the Jumping Frog of Calaveras County. You can follow Mark Twain's gold rush, like step by step in his steps, his gold rush adventures. But the point is that a river deep enough for serious riverboat traffic, the Feather, started silting up and became too shallow. So every single year, the yearly floods were just wiping out farmers, their crops, people's homes. And even though there was a court case in late 1870s, I think 1874 maybe, or late 1800s, and the farmers won, and they had to ban hydraulic mining, except where they built a dam to hold the silt back. It functionally killed hydraulic mining in California. Until then, I mean, it was too late by the time they stopped it. To this day, the rivers are abnormally shallow, and the flood problem is extreme. So they've mitigated the problem a little bit. Instead of really redredging the rivers like maybe they should, they actually just put a series of levees. Every single one of these rivers has a crazy amount and length of levees, which are earthen walls that contain the rivers during the flood. They switched to growing rice from wheat because rice uses a lot more water, and they put a whole bunch of canals out here. These are mostly rice fields, the dark green patches. so that they can kind of pump some of the water to some of the fields without it being catastrophic. But the point is that Marysville's growth has been forever stunted because Marysville, being in between the Feather and the Yuba, is now completely surrounded by levees. So it is unable to grow. Yuba City is able to grow and has eclipsed it as the more popular place to live. But as far as Marysville is concerned, it's a functional ghost town. It still has people there, but it's a shadow of its former self. It still has some grand buildings, and one of them is going to be very important to our spooky story. So let me look at chat for a second. Welcome, everybody. I'll get into the stories really soon. I have two stories mainly. One about a disappearance, mysterious disappearance in Ellis Lake, and the other about the warning that my cousin once gave me to never drive on Honcut Road at night, because the locals still to this day say that it's haunted. So let me look at the chat. But as it says, one, I have one notifications on, and two, Kathy time's better than other typical entertainment when there's not a horrible disaster to keep track of. Well, thank you. I my only if my only competition are worldwide great disasters, then I think I rank pretty high on your list. Thank you for the compliment. Desi, hello. Smitty, how are you doing? Brian Spice says you and Yuba and the Feather need a dredging. Absolutely, they do. It's a mystery to me why they haven't done that, but that's a topic for another day. Now, I went to this area and actually photographed old Marysville. This is a place where, like I said, this ties into the spooky tale. I went and photographed this street. The Bacchae Temple is a Chinese water god. Can't make this up. The Bacchae Temple, excuse me, I'm going to put it in a different layer mode. There we go. The Bacchae Temple, I missed getting inside because I was there on a day that it was closed, but it's open to tourists. It's one of the oldest Chinese temples still left in the United States, if not the oldest. And strangely, the white people of Marysville and the Yuba City area are absolutely enthusiastic and have been since the gold rush and such about having a what they would call a pagan god temple in the city. In fact, they're thrilled. To this day, every year there's the Bacchae parade celebrating the god, and the Chinese workers and especially railroad builders. They built a whole lot of stuff in California, including the big, great rock wall fences. Those laborers had their own little mini Chinatown, sort of in the area. And one day during a massive flood year, I don't know if it was 1894 or whatnot, a priest said, Marysville will not flood. Buckeye's got you covered. And sure enough, the surrounding areas flooded, but not Marysville. But Marysville was expected to be the one that would flood. So from that day forth, I mean, everybody said yippee. And it's one of those strange, non-typical minority and white relations that was very warm and friendly, starting from the mid to late 1800s till the present. I mean, you hear about really terrible race relations and other points in history, even within California. But it's a lovely anomaly. So I've actually been inside the Bacchae Temple a few times. It's a brick building, and some of the oldest streets are right here on First. Now, Mark Twain got off the boat right here by C and First Street. That's where the riverboat landing thing used to be. However, the levees today obliterated where the original like docks and such were. Maybe they're buried deep in here. But these are walls of earth. It's hard to see from the top. Maybe I can show you by looking off the bridge. Oh yeah, yeah. You can see the levee. See, that's looking east now. So before these were here, this is busy dock area, and I'm sure lots of wooden buildings. So this is going north into downtown Marysville. Now, interestingly enough, there's one of the bridges which will tie into this story. I will get to it in a minute. I want to make sure everybody's here. This bridge was wiped out in one of the great floods of the 20th century. They usually happen during El Nino. Guess what? It's an El Nino year. I fear that it will be a flood year. I hope I'm wrong. I've been through many here. My first living memory is of air, air, the emergency siren thing on the television that was telling everybody in the vicinity to evacuate. When that happens, I mean, it's like 500,000 people just got to get up and move. You've got to go to Beale Air Force Base. You got to go to the hills or far enough west, someplace like Centerview. It causes a massive refugee crisis every, I would say, decade or so, for 15 years. So this was a historic bridge, and it's a shame that it was wiped out. But every single bridge to Yuba City and Marysville were wiped out, and most of them on the Feather River in the 50s. Let's see, what year was that flood? Let's just Google it. Feather River flood. Let's see, 55. I just want to show you a little bit of this. This is also relevant to the story. Look how much of an island Marysville is. But my grandmother told me about these floods and how deadly they were. This is when Yuba City flooded, not Marysville. And the levee broke on the Yuba City side, and my grandmother, who lived near Biggs, which is north of here, said that in the orchards which line the river bottoms, peach orchards, plums, prunes, the dead cattle were up there, but there are also lightweight cars in the trees, some of the bigger trees, high up in the branches, and sometimes bodies of people were hanging out of the cars, or dead bodies of people were just stuck in trees. It was, actually, I don't think that's related, but it was quite bad. So, once again, this will tie together in the story. So, it's nuts that Marysville looks like an island. But that's how bad it can get when people just don't understand why these bridges are so tall around Yuba City and Marysville, like this one in between. This bridge was replaced after the 50s. They're massively tall, and that is the river right there. This is looking west. That's Yuba City over there. This is the summer. You know, summertime. The river is that big, and I have seen it with my own eyes rise all the way to the top of the levees and flood this entire area to the treetops, all the way over to the Marysville side to the very top of the levee. And yes, that's a train for scale on the top. These are incredibly tall bridges, and they learn that the hard way. So, just nothing quite this stout ever survived prior to this. So, we'll get to spooky story number one. Is going to be my personal experience in the town of Marysville, and then when I was just explaining now, which is related to the murders, we'll get to that second, just in case it takes a while for everybody to get here. Let me look back at chat real quick. Yeah, Brian Spice, the silver dollar. Yep, exactly. You know what's coming. I photographed the silver dollar. I did not go in. I told you guys I would try to do that during my trip to going to California and Tahoe December of 2021. However, I could not make it happen. Yeah, things just got in the way. So I've seen the building from the outside several times. I may have gone into it before, but it was a seedy bar until somewhat recently. And so it was one of those places where, good girls don't go, even though after I reached age 21, I could technically go in the bar. Now it's more of a, like, a restaurant touristy thing where they say it's haunted, and it's an original Gold Rush building. Process, good evening, Kathryn. Everyone, hello. So first, this one is the shorter story, and it's quite spooky. So we're going to get to this one first. We used to go as children, my sister and I, and neighborhood friends and kids, to Ellis Lake. Now, this apparently was a bog back in the day, like a place where the floodwaters, like from within the town, could kind of. It was like a grassy park in the summer and a bog during the winter. And so the WPA, Works Project Administration of the 30s. Are we good on sound, by the way? I didn't even make a sound check. In fact, I'm going to add some rain. Can you hear that? Can you hear the rain sound effect? Yeah, let's set the mood. So anyway, the Works Project Administration was given funding, allotted funding to Marysville to employ people just building anything, all walks of life. So engineers, everybody had to be employed during the Great Depression in the 30s. So FDR said federal grants, federal free money, if cities and towns and municipalities would employ people doing something. So authors were paid to write, usually something historical and patriotic. Architects were paid to be architects for federal type buildings or whatnot, and the people who would do hydroengineering and paving and masonry and that sort of stuff, and road building and bridge building. Well, the Ellis Lake project was perfect for that. It was like a bog, but we could tame it, we could pave it. I don't know if it has a concrete bottom or not. It's actually a good question that I'm curious about. But on the edges of the lake are these elegant cobblestones that were set in a concrete. And they made it so that there were several islands, walking paths. Some people get married there. And this particular island right here had a magnificent fountain, very tall, lit every single night. Now it's a shadow of its former self. We could drop the little gold man and show you now. See how it once was quite elegant. Little shaded rest areas where people could fish. They stocked it with, mostly like bluegill, tiny little, fish like this. And people say you can pan fry the bluegill. This is relevant. That they're really not bad. And there's a lot of geese here. And instead of destroying like waterfowl habitat and paving it over or something like some municipalities would, there's many, many geese, ducks, some of them kind of rare. The Yuba City and Yuba County area is part of the Great American Flyway, where the huge migratory bird highway goes towards Alaska. So twice a year, before and after winter, the birds go back and forth, and there's just billions of them, really. So here's the main streets and whatnot, but there's a sidewalk along the entire perimeter. And my dad tells me that in the 60s and such, you could actually launch a jet boat and have water skiing in here. It boggles the mind for me. It doesn't look big enough for jet skiing. The wake would be nuts. However, he said it's true, so I believe him. So in the 80s and such, there were, at this point here, and I was a Little Caesars, go figure, this entire area was for boat rental for paddle boats, and people could go out onto the lake on paddle boats. And this was a big picnic area, and every 4th of July they would launch fireworks off of directly into the air up on this little island, the one with the big fountain. That came to an abrupt end, and I don't know what year it was. Somewhat recently, recently, for the history of the lake, early, mid-2000s or so, when one of the great big fireworks was knocked over or something happened, it went awry, and it shot horizontally across the lake into the crowd. and did injure many people, like a bit of a rocket. And one girl had one of her legs blown off, a child or young teen. So they stopped it at that point, and ever since the lake has been neglected with maintenance, they decided to develop this area instead of keep it like a park thing, and it's a sad state right now to see it in. It's interesting that the Google man goes on the actual sidewalk. Oh, so I want to tell you about the story. I've walked around this lake many times, and in childhood it was quite fun. You can feed ducks there. I mean, the ducks and the geese, they come to expect bread being tossed at them and feedings and whatnot. Now, it can be pretty hot. I mean, it can be like 112 routinely, and that's not untypical. So there's a couple good fishing spots where you've got shade, but the best are the ones where you have somewhere to sit as well, like some sort of a park bench, because boy, the sidewalk can boil your butt if you try to sit on it. Looking back at the quote, chat, hey, C Pro, how you doing? Good evening, too. Oh, pin the donation post. I'm so sorry, friends. Totally forgot to do that. Yes, I'm sorry. You're probably dying to know what happened here. Just give me a moment. I go to my channel. I go to the About page. And there's a link to donate to my PayPal. I really do appreciate any tips for this tip jar. PayPal link. Thank you. Make that. PayPal doesn't take anything. You can hit super chat or super thanks, and I'm still very grateful. But PayPal doesn't take 30% like YouTube does. Now there's a weird heart in front of the button to pin the post. I don't like this big heart button. Do this. Get out of the way, heart button. There we go. Okay, pin the message. There we go. Thank you for the reminder, Smitty. I'm telling these tales as a sort of a off-season fundraiser in between wildfires. Remember, we can have terrible, terrible wildfires in November, and October. The worst fire season in California is October and November, if the Santa Ana winds are blowing, if the Diablo winds are blowing. We've been very lucky. We had red flag days the other day. We've been very lucky. So, I can't just go out and get a job. I need to be available for my post. And your kind donations keep me going. All right, enough of that. So, if you can, and you want to go fishing at Ellis Lake, and really nobody gives a damn if you have a fishing license or not, nobody's going to be there to arrest you, because what are you going to do, poach the bluegill? I mean, there are a dime a dozen in there. They're called sunfish, bluegill. Let me just show you what they are. Bluegill, they're mini fish. They're sometimes quite colorful. And they're a big pond fish. It's not the cleanest of lakes. It is, well, overgrown with algae, and it just looks very green. The water is so cloudy and murky, with a sort of a silt, like a constant chocolatey brown, milk chocolate looking silt, where the water line is. If you were to fall in a little bit, or try to enter the water slightly to try to get a fish out, or to retrieve something you dropped, like your sunglasses that tumbled into the lake, well, you'd find you cannot gain any purchase with your hands on the rocks. They slip right off, and a lot of people have twisted their ankles and gotten hurt because they're unprepared for the silt and these pond scum, mixture of green and brown, that coats the cobblestone, I guess you would call it, retaining wall that lines the perimeter of the pond. I don't know how deep it is. I would love to see pictures of its creation in the 30s or whatnot. But going back to the story, It's mostly children who like to do the fishing, and nobody eats the bluegill. It's just considered a dirty water situation. There's constant poop everywhere from geese and ducks all over the sidewalks and whatnot. You just have to avoid the goose bombs. In fact, there's a lot. You see these little dark spots on the sidewalk? Yeah, those are the goose bombs. It's all over the grass too, so it's not particularly conducive to, say, bringing a, I should say it's unwise to bring a picnic basket and any kind of quilt that you care about to lay there and have a picnic. That is why finding benches are so important, lucrative, and that's one of the best ones right there. I don't know what that person is doing. Well, that's one of the best benches right there. And there's a reason I'm calling this to your attention. Now, there are others. I want to explain where we are in relation to the rest of the town. Now, Marysville's got low speed limit. It's quite congested. You've got the, before Interstate 5 was made, Highway 99, which is over here, goes to Yuba City, was the main north-south thoroughfare, prior to World War, I would say actually the 30s. But 70 here, 65 and 70 were our major highways. There are very few bridges over the feather. Like the floods just take them out periodically. So when they build them stout. It's expensive, and so there are very few. So you've got all these big towns down here like Roseville, Rockland, and Sacramento itself, and you choose early on if you want to go north on 99 and hit 70. Got one bridge at Nicholas, and you could bypass Marysville, but many don't want to go onto the Yuba City side if they're headed for Chico or Orville, excuse me, or any of these places to the east side. So there's huge amounts of traffic coming in from 65 and 70 in the Marysville and Roseville areas. And they all converge right here, basically, on this particular bridge, the one that overlooks the Bacchae Temple, which will be relevant for our second story. And so this huge stream of traffic goes over the bridge. Like I said, it's pretty big. You always tell you're looking west when you see the Sutter Beach that way. But here we are looking north, and boy, this is typical congestion, because as soon as you reach the main street of Marysville here, with the older part of town, and you can see some of the amazing old buildings like the Hotel Marysville. There's not that many left. I mean, there have been some serious floods that took out a lot, but that's the Hotel Marysville, abandoned today and somewhat haunted. It's the post office, pretty glorious. And then there's the State Theater, which is very glorious. The hotel is boarded up. It's been that way for decades. Now, here's the State Theater, which is now boarded up, but quite glorious. It stands on the part where it used to be an opera house here. That's presumably where Mark Twain did his speeches and events. Excuse me, I have to cough. So the town's a diamond in the rough. I just can't wait for it to become hipsterized and have a new life as a reenactment kind of town, because this is where much of the gold rush started for the Yuba District gold, which is not quite mother lode, but almost as good. Now, this road goes here, and everybody turns on 10th here. The highway turns, and it turns away from the lake. Now, that is a massive point of congestion for the town right here. That's coming up, traffic coming up from the south and from the west, like Yuba City. Now, there's another point of entry on Highway 20 here. This is relevant. 20 goes all the way up to Grass Valley. Goes past Timbuktu and Smartsville. Yes, Timbuktu. Many old gold rush ghost towns. But Grass Valley is a good population center, one of the few mountain towns that's really survived with population. So a lot of people will go into Yuba City, Marysville, and commute that way. Now, a lot of people speed on this road, on Highway 20. It's long, expansive, straight, completely straight. There's a couple of small communities where you got to go down to 25, school zones, etc. However, picture it being late at night, somebody tired. It's kind of a long drive to Grass Valley and back. Now, if someone's going about 65, which is kind of conservative for California highway speed, 70 is more like it, or 75. You could be going 70 and people will pass you and be angry. Say a vehicle is traveling that quickly on 20 and enters Marysville. Well, where did they end up? Highway 20 becomes 12th Street, the east side of town, so east 12th Street. Right here is where it becomes a T intersection. So I want to give you an idea of how at night there's not many street lights or anything. This is edge of town, right? So to the unwary, the sleepy, the forgetful, or the newbies in town, one can see, here's the levee. This is going towards town. You see how it's just highway, 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 straight. Maybe some people are still, in fact, I do know that many people are still going 65 and 70, and they may not see these entering the 40-mile-an-hour zone signs. Well, if you continue going into the town, well, there's a curve, and a lot of drunk people don't make this curve and end up in the trees and on the levee and such. But it's somewhat gentle. Now, at this point, the average speeder should really understand they're in a town. But look, there's almost no lamps or anything that illuminates. Hey, Christopher, how you doing? Urban, hello, how are you? Yeah, Urban, exactly. Fire season slow, but did not go away. Exactly. Now, unofficial Washington, how you doing? Okay, and Urban is saying urgent fire weather message, National Weather Service, Los Angeles. Is that new fire danger? Santa Ana, she's on the loose in California. All right, then we are going to definitely, we'll take a look at that right after this story is over. This is going to be quick now. I'm getting towards the point. And then we'll go into the murder story. This is the disappearance story. One of the many disappearances, I should say. So, a person coming in from the countryside going 60, 75 miles an hour, and they simply blow through this neighborhood with dim headlights, or in the rain, or in the fog. Now, this is a place where there's crazy tule fog in some months of the year, including October, November, December, because fog needs dewy, moist areas, flat grasslands, and well, rivers. And guess what's surrounding the town? Rivers. And then Ellis Lake itself can generate fog. So without much in the way of streetlights here, and no more signs telling you to slow the beat down, sometimes occasional drunk or somebody is still going wildly fast. I need to be in the other lane here. Barreling towards the lake. There we go. So one of your last chances, stop switching lanes, please. There we go. One of your last chances to realize you're in a town, slow the hell down, is here. There's a actual streetlight. I don't know how new this streetlight is. May not have been here in the past. So you keep going straight, and there is a dip, right? See where the trees are? That's the lake, east side of the lake. Now this dip here goes underneath the train track bridge. Unfortunately, this train track bridge obscures the horizon right about here where you're at the top of the hill. When you're down in the dip, you can't really see the horizon either because you're down in the dip. You're looking kind of more skyward, right? So you don't understand that the road ends abruptly. Now, come up here, and then boom. This has surprised some drivers. There's been accidents into the gas station pumps and areas like there. There's been T-bones, lots of deadly T-bones, blah, blah, blah. Now, as I said, when I was a kid, there are certain parts of the lake where we would go fishing. And I was determined to eat my catch. Boy, was I. I mean, these are 5-year-old thoughts, right? I do not understand when my parents are warning me it's a filthy pond. There's duck poop in it everywhere. I'm like, yeah, but the duck poop is not inside the fish. And that was my 5-year-old reasoning. And we fished all the way around the lake. I even had a weird remote control hovercraft remote control boat that I launched in Ellis Lake, and it went about 5 feet into the lake. I think I launched it in that corner of the lake. And then it abruptly sank. It was not retrieved. I was like, I could go in there and dive for it. My parents held me back. They're like, no, there's nothing worth retrieving in Ellis Lake due to the scummy, polluted nature of it. Nothing is worth retrieving in the lake where you are not allowed to retrieve your little remote control boat. I was so sad, but they were wise. But I was hearing all sorts of things, like if you go fishing and you want to keep your catch, you better eat it, right? And I wanted to keep it. I wanted to eat it. And it's amazing fishing in there. You just put a little bit of hot dog or anything, like pieces of bread on a hook and a stick with a you don't even have to have a real fishing pole. Even though we had tiny kiddie poles that were pink. You can just put bread or hot dog on a hook and drop it down, and immediately, boom, you're going to get hits from all kinds of bluegill. They're just dumb. They don't figure it out. You just pull them in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I remember holding up like pictures of where I have 6, us holding up 6 as kids. And we had caught them in like 5 minutes. My parents always told us, put them back. You don't want to eat the fish out of here. Just put them back. And I obeyed, but I complained quite a lot. So this particular bench has been there a long time. I think there have been others right under here. I can't recall. But that particular bench right there has been there for quite a long time. We did fish right off of here. And like I said, you can't see more than, I would say 2 inches into the water. Like, it's that murky. Now, from time to time, somebody will fall in there and drown, or foul play is suspected. And, authorities will pull a murder victim or somebody who was intoxicated wildly and fell in. That happens. So it's not uncommon for bodies to be retrieved there. But, it's one of those things where every body of water near cities is like that. Now, one day, I come back, and there's this news article. I came back to visit California. And here's the story. He was living in the motel with his mother on October 10th, 1981, when she vanished. The motel is a few steps from Ellis Lake, or at least it was at the time. I got up that morning and I went to school. And when I came back, I thought it was weird that no one was in the office, Mr. Forbes says. I walked around town. I went to the grocery stores trying to find her. For 2 weeks, Forbes stayed at the motel, hoping his mother would show up. Eventually, the owners noticed he was alone, a child alone, and he called authorities, who put him in foster care. Forbes regrets those 2 weeks alone because he didn't attend school. If he had, he would have walked past the lake every day. If I had gone to school, I would have walked around the lake. Maybe I would have noticed something, Forbes says. When authorities discovered the car, they also found a piece of a Texas driver's license containing Gooding's name, but they wanted to do a DNA test to be sure of the woman's identity, said Yuba County Sheriff Virginia Black. Yes, this article's dated 2003. It's 21 years after she vanished. They pull a car out of Ellis Lake right there. It has been right there in the lake since 1981. So many thousands and thousands and thousands of people have walked by. The car was something like only 4 feet. The roof of the car was like 4 feet below the surface of the water, and nobody has ever seen it. It's that murky. It was there from 1981 to 2003. I cast my own fishing rod, my little kiddie pole, and kept losing my hook on something right there. And I kept having to cut the line. And I thought, well, there's got to be something there. I had asked my parents, could I just sort of get in the water and look? Because I was an excellent swimmer. We had a pool and everything. I mean, I was a super swimmer. SB Kathy says I was in Yuba City. I remember thinking how I had been paddling around that lake with her down there. Yes, the whole time, a lady, a skeleton, still at the wheel of her car, was right there. 1981, 2003. And I kept hooking my fishing line, my fishing pole on the car. And I even tried to enter the water. I was scrambling down there, and I felt with my hands how slick it was. Silt with the scum. Only be scooped up by my parents, like, just don't enter the water, and we will buy you new fishing hooks. So, I mean, I'm sure they rusted away to nothing, but they probably, not just mine, there may have been the fishing hooks of many different people stuck in that car somehow when they pulled it out with a tow truck. Now, I'm not sure how they discovered this. Let me go back to the article. Let's see, excuse me. If we go to the top, I didn't want to give it away. For 21 years, Daryl Forbes lived with the anger and resentment against a mother he thought had abandoned him. I couldn't understand why she had left without leaving me a note. He was 12 when his mother mysteriously disappeared one day from the Marysville motel room. Part of the mystery was solved last week when authorities identified skeletal remains in a 1980 T-bird submerged in the lake. So the car was 1 year old. It was a new T-bird. They found they were the remains of his mother, Mary Jane Gooding. Yes, it's just a skeleton at this point. So these bluegill that I wanted to eat had eaten the body. You know, the fish. I'm not saying the exact same fish, but yeah, I'm quite glad that my parents didn't even allow me to attempt to eat one of the bluegill. Yeah, Smitty says must still be a few more motorbikes down there from the old Tartan Tavern and the last outpost bars not making that turn too. I suspect there's more vehicles right in that specific spot because, like I said, so many people are still going 65 miles an hour, especially the intoxicated, the very tired. I wonder if his mother was driving home to where their hotel was, wherever this was. It's probably this way. This has been so redeveloped, I don't even recognize this anymore. I suppose we can go back in time with the Google car. Yeah, I wonder how far back in time we can go. So, let's see. 2016's back there. 2007. Yeah, it's about when the Google car first started running around. Yeah, I guess. I guess these developments have been there. There was a Dairy Queen here for the longest time. My parents talk about having dates there. So, yes. Here I am visiting California. I think I was there in 2003 or 2004, and man, did I get the willies reading about that. The the sad thing was this. Here he is as a 12-year-old explaining to the cops, my mom wouldn't just leave us. And the cops convinced the kid that she did, that she bailed out on him and he was unwanted, and they made no real serious effort to find her. Yeah. Now this is around the same time as the boys from Yuba County and their disappearance. There was a YouTuber who first brought this back to life, Bedtime Stories channel, I think, who got it wrong and said they were the boys from Yuba City. Well, they're from Yuba County, but they were the ones who froze to death in the mountains, and they were special needs. And the authorities are unable to find them as well. It's probably not for lack of trying, but really, when one of them was found to have survived in a Forest Service trailer the entirety of the winter, stuck in the Sierras, and starved to death. There's a bit of incompetence there. When you're searching for missing people and storms are coming in and snow, you don't search where you think the person might be. You search the areas where it's possible for them to survive. But that's a certain basic search and rescue thing, a concept that eludes too many authorities. Like, by the time the blizzard is here, do not look for where you think people are. Pick out the spots on the map when they could have possibly survived and check that. Anyway, so there's a lot of disappearances, but the next thing I'll tell you about is an astonishing set of murders. Most people have not heard of this ever before. In fact, I had not heard of the boys from Yuba County case, the disappearances up in the mountains, really until I saw the YouTube thing. But and even my parents had not heard of that either. So even though it was supposed to be a big deal in like around this time, late 70s, early 80s, it's been forgotten. Even though it's still an open mystery, with one body never being found. Now, this I'm sure barely even made the news. Maybe it didn't even make the news that his mother went missing. However, around this era as well, something terrible is happening in Marysville and around the general area. I want to go back and chat, and then I will tell you about the story of what is the thumbnail here. This guy in handcuffs waving maniacally, or how do you describe that? How do you describe this? Excuse me. Where I put his picture. No. Excuse me. I thought I had it up here. Let me drag and drop it from the desktop then. I just misplaced it. Sorry, friend. I'm going to write down here a timestamp. Do hit the like button if you haven't yet. Where did I, hang on, where did I put that on the desktop? There we go. Yes, this kind of wave. What do you make of that facial expression? Ecstatic? Enthusiastic? It's a bit chilling, nonetheless. Let me get the timestamp so that at 50 minutes into the stream we talk about the murders. Now, there is speculation that the woman didn't just drive into Ellis Lake, that she was murdered and the car was rolled into the lake to make it look like she drove into it. But well, when you when you finally find the body 21 years later, a hop, skip, and a jump from where she went missing in an obvious body of water, it begs the question, like, why the hell didn't they put divers there in the first place? When you find a body that is a skeleton submerged in a car 21 years later, you're just not going to have the evidence that you need to prove any sort of murder. Now, it possibly could have been an incident of foul play. So, SB Kathy, how long were you hanging around Yuba City, and in what part of your life? Youth, or you still around the area? I keep forgetting. So, let me go back up here. An official says there's a 2-acre fire near Vancouver, Washington. It's really damp right now in the Pacific Northwest. We've had back-to-back wet, rainy, and damp weather. So I wouldn't be too concerned about the Vancouver, Washington area. California is a big concern right now. I should put a weather alert app on my phone. I did ask Holt Hanley in his comment section. He's awesome. He keeps people aware of how the weather affects wildfires. He was one of the wonderful, bright, shining stars during the Dixie, who was just there to explain calmly and always cheerfully the weather and how it affects wildfires. So I asked him, can you please make a video every time the Santa Anas are about to blow or when they're forecast? Because that's not something the average Weather Channel will do, especially not in Oregon. So I'm completely unaware many times when the Santa Anas and the Diablo winds are blowing, and yet I need to know when that is occurring. Those are the most deadly, it's the most deadly wind phenomenon in the United States that's non-hurricane related. Again, tornado, the Oakland firestorm, the Paradise, Bangor, Loma Rica, Santa Rosa, fires by Pasadena. Yeah. So, hopefully he will do that for us. SB Kathy says is around there from, gosh, there's a heart in front of what you said, 1995 to 2001. Okay, yeah. So, I was chilling with my Aunt Mabel. This is about the murder now. So I'll write it down as 53 minutes in. I was chilling with my Aunt Mabel. She lives sort of near Yuba City area. She's really awesome. Yeah, there's on YouTube's desktop, not desktop, but browser. If you're on a desktop machine, there is a reaction button. It's apparently like a heart and a smiley face, and you can press it, and it's a reaction button. So if I say something or show something that you like, people can react with ha ha ha, I love it. Or this one's like a shocking, oh my god face. Or like, I agree 100%. I don't know if that's animating for you guys right now. Kind of spamming it. It's somewhat new. They're copying Facebook. Facebook had that during Facebook live streams. Like, for example, sometimes when we would watch some wildfire presentation, they'd say, oh yeah, we stopped it at this road, and then the screen would explode with a bunch of hearts and stuff. So I like it, but it's covering up that word. So it just needs to be rearranged a little bit. Okay. So my mother had a lifelong friend, and they knew each other later in life. But my mother's friend grew up in Live Oak, California, which is not far away. Like, here's Marysville. And like I said, the particular geography here is very conducive to people disappearing and staying disappeared. Lots of rivers, lots of river bottoms that are dangerous, full of transients and or murderers. Lots of normal people too, like fishermen. But it's a good place to lose the cops and come and go up and down the river area without being on roads. Do it by boat or be on the dirt roads that line the river. So not only could bodies be disposed of in the river itself, but in the orchards. Not the rice fields, they get tractor plowed quite a bit, but the orchards don't get plowed. Now, like I said, each river has a huge levee that keeps the river from swelling and overflowing its banks into the main places that people live. So there will be fields and orchards. This is all orchards. You see the little dots of trees that like here's an actual levee. I don't think the gold man, everybody here. This is a levee, so think of this as a giant dirt wall, like Great Wall of China stuff. And there's always a road on top because it's for maintenance of the levee. So sometimes they have gates, usually they don't. And there's a law pretty much in most of the United States, but especially in California, where the rivers are free for the public to use. They are free access. You can't deny anybody reaching the rivers to fish or recreate. And you cannot, like if you're a private landowner, you can't say, this path is blocked, you can't get to the river. You have to allow it. The government has to allow it. The authorities has to allow it. And so you have these little strips where people can drive up on the levees, then they take one of the side roads that takes them by orchards, and then this is called the river bottoms area. Now the river will change course with the floods, seasonal floods and stuff, and the reason is mostly orchards, so you just tree after tree after tree, and then some natural vegetation growth, especially where it floods the most. The orchard trees will mostly survive the floods. It can be months before the water goes down again, but the orchards, they survive for the most part. You don't usually have the typical open fields, but occasionally. So it's all shaded. And if you're actually walking in these orchards, some of which can be pretty old, you're like lost in a dense forest, kind of like the spooky feeling of you can't see the horizon because of the levees. Kind of like in The Wizard of Oz, when they enter the forest. That's when you realize all kinds of people are down there too, from dog walkers to metal detectors and fishermen and jet ski people to sunbathers to, well, moonshiner types and meth lab things hidden into bushes, RVs with crank labs in them. Drug dealers, there's a lot of marijuana, illegal grows there. A lot of rendezvous out of the public eye. A lot of illicit transport of illicit things. Human trafficking, too. And for the homeless, people who lost their homes in Paradise in November 2018, many are still living down in the river bottoms and tents. It's very sad, but the state has not provided for wildfire victims very well at all. The crisis is still going on. So many homes were lost in that city alone in 2018 that it's permanently increased the rent of everywhere else. You just can't even rent a dump of a place anymore unless you have a lot of money. So during the depressions, recessions, and whatnot, there's more people hanging out there. But in the summertime, at least there's some people doing recreation, and you can feel a bit safer because there's a lot more recreation happening in the off seasons of the years. It's more sketchy, I should just say. Although the fish run at certain seasons, so it's safer to go there, like say when the shad is running, or the Chinook, blah blah blah. but it's not considered a safe place. You don't go there alone. We used to walk our dogs there. That's because I had a bulldog, a half English bulldog, quarter German Shepherd, quarter Airedale, and boy, that beast of a dog was ready to protect us. But in reality, now that I think about all the times we would park the pickup there and walk around and randomly fish and explore, we really should have been armed. I was so naive about what has happened at places around the river bottoms before. You hear stories. You hear stories. But it seems like it's long ago, right? And you just can't think of it as being somewhat recent. And you think of it as being far away. And just several years ago, I was hanging out with my Aunt Mabel. And I was talking about how we used to run around the river bottoms and how my cousin's very superstitious. Now, she lived near Biggs, which is up here. You follow the Feather River North. Let me put the view back on here. You follow the Feather River North. It's the one that comes out of Lake Oroville. The Feather River Canyon is where the Dixie Fire started. It has different branches up here. But, yes, and the Oroville Dam is where the spillway collapsed with that crisis. Just to put this in perspective, if you've heard of those disasters. So over by Biggs, or Ryston, or somewhere like that, my cousin used to live. At the time, I was about 16, and we were about the same age. So living in the hills over here by Bangor and Loma Rica, rest in peace, Stan, I would borrow my dad's car, usually his pickup truck, if I wanted to visit my cousin over by Biggs. I did that several times. Now, I had the option of staying overnight at my cousin's if things got too late. It was just sort of a keep in touch on the phone sort of a deal with my dad. So, wait a second. What? The Highland Fire has been ripping through Riverside County? Structures are lost? Wait, what? Like right now? Oh, wait a second. How did I not be informed of this? I've got watch duty filled up with, I reached the maximum, I'm so vexed. I've reached the maximum amount of notifications for watch duty since I subscribe to every county of California. And when that happens, when you reach 24, you get no more alerts. It goes completely silent. Oh, I feel like an idiot. Have I been just prattling on about ghost stories when there's an actual fire going on? I don't have any notification of a Highland Fire at all. It says River Fire of the 29th. I have not gotten a single alert for today. This is what I've been given a feedback poll thing for watch duty. Like, what would you like to see? I would like to see these stupid ass vegetation fires that filled it up all yesterday be pushed aside for the important notifications, such as the ones with structure damage. Hey, Larry, thank you so much for your kind donation. Get double hearts. Okay, I'm sorry. Stop the presses. Let's attend to this. And here I thought we were having a mild day. The Highland Fire, update of 3 minutes ago. Evacuation orders. Oh crap, guys, I apologize. Okay, 3 minutes ago, update. 4 additional Type 3 strike engine teams requested for tomorrow's operations. Okay, when did this start? The 30th, yesterday. It says air and ground resources are en route to a vegetation fire with smoke showing on the canvas. Okay, that was today. I have not gotten a single update because it reached a maximum of 24 sometime last night because of stupid vegetation fire. Oh my God. Okay. 7 hours ago, 15 homes threatened. Oh, okay. 1:39 p.m. 30 acres. Guys, never assume that I know about this stuff. I've had other mods subscribe to different counties to try to alert me if this very scenario happens. But I just assumed I would be told something serious happened. So 6 hours ago at 2:30 p.m., it was at 32 acres and moving northwest, wind driven. Oh yeah, that's a big plume from 5 hours ago. Okay, okay. I don't know if Watch Duty does something like tries to alert me to things closer to myself. I think that's more relevant. Okay, 1 hour ago at 7:13, additional evacuation orders. Guys, do tell me when evacuations and structures and stuff are in the process of being lost. I thought you guys were just telling me that there is a red flag warning. I'm like, okay, well, we'll watch for fires. That's what I said. Oh crap, I should have looked. It's 1,200 acres. With continued immediate structure threat per radio traffic. Crap, okay. Jesus. All right. Looking at, I will show you it on the screen very soon. Okay. You know, other apps do this better, like the FEMA app. I had the FEMA app on my phone. I was wondering why I wasn't getting a lot of notifications lately. Well, it updated, and then it wanted me to sign back in and tell it everything that I had already told it before, like where do I live, which counties do I want to have notifications for. So that irks me, but the FEMA app will not clog up and reach maximum notifications. Like it'll just thrust aside previous ones in order to show you new notifications of danger. Smitty says the oldest one I've got is 7 hours ago. Yeah, exactly, SB Kathy. I don't know if it is precisely a problem with Android. We never had this problem with Android before, what, the last couple. This is what, Android 13 currently that my phone has. It's an S22 Plus. Now, in the past, notifications that were new just went to the top. And Watch Duty is always at the bottom of my notification list. I have to scroll way down to see anything. And then I've noticed for some other apps too, once it reaches 24, it stops. So I don't know if that's a Samsung phone and a Samsung, it's basically Samsung's version of Android. What do they call it? I forget. One UI. It's a custom version of Android that Samsung makes. Now, Samsung has got some things that regular Android does not have. Like the cool thing they have is you can adjust notification volume independent of ringtone volume. Let's just go Watch Duty. Okay, friends, let me switch. We're switching gears for a minute. We can always go back to the murder story. That is the past. It hasn't changed. Excuse me, let me change our screen to, okay, hang on. Edge browser. It doesn't want to. Hang on. Try to switch the focus. It doesn't notice that I have a different Edge browser up. See? Fire monitoring. There we go. There we go. Fire monitoring. Okay, Watch Duty. Here we are. Back in business. Okay, getting out of Oregon. Something's happening by Cave Falls too. Swan Fire. 2 acres. Okay, So here's what's happening down here. This is the Highland Fire, 1,200 acres. Okay. Evacuation orders. South of Sage Golden Eagle Drive, east of Becker Lane, west of Boulder Vista, north of Cottonwood Creek. Layers, satellite map. Yeah, it looks pretty dry. Okay, we have two different cameras that are looking at the situation. Oh, I just got a watch duty notification now that I swiped away the 24. So what I'm trying to say, though, is I'll just get in touch with them and explain this, that, you know, I have 23 minor vegetation fire alerts that clogged up at the early hours of the morning. And that means just shove them aside, just cancel them, just make them expire. Stupid minor, you know, I need to know when they all occur. But if I'm sleeping or something and they never amounted to more than 5 acres, I don't need to know about them. Like, I don't need the 5 updates for every 5-acre vegetation fire clogging this up. So I will get in touch with them. Hopefully they will tell me if they could fix it, or if Android needs to change, or if it's unique to Samsung. If it is, hell, I'm probably going iPhone. Because this does not work for me. That's a 6-hour ago look at the plume. Let's go check the cameras right now. Yeah, that's serious. The fire continues to be wind-driven. Camera link. Blah, blah, blah. Is this supposed to be? Yes, San Diego. Is it in rotation? I don't see a fire. All right, looking. Thank you for finally alerting me. Hey, Mark, how you doing? I hope you're feeling much better. How's your move been? Wildcat, did you miss something? Yeah, I missed something. There's ongoing rampaging fire, possibly driven by Santa Ana winds. I don't know if it's true Santa Ana's, but it is wind driven. So it could be near the Riverside city border. Let's check out this satellite and the heat maps. I'm not familiar at all with Southern California, but looking at Watch Studio on my phone to try to orient myself. Let me turn that into a street map. Okay. The Beauty Mountain Wilderness. It's the intersection of 371, or there's a town, Aguanga, wherever the heck that is. So 371. Okay, yeah, that's 371 right there, right here. It's right here. As far as Watch Studio is concerned, let's flip over to Caltopa. Hey, Mark, I'm glad to have you guys here. Okay, so this is what we do. We switch gears. We go and look at fires. They're way more important. And Larry, thanks again so much. I will put double hearts for you on there. You're keeping us running. And if anybody has $1 or $2 to spare, anything right now helps. So, all right, going to Caltopo. Whoops, I accidentally closed it. Caltopo. I'm gonna have to flip off dark mode. Let me timestamp this. We're around 1 hour-ish. Highland Fire, Riverside County. Riverside County has some of the worst fires. I think the geography will become apparent. Apparent why. So let's get out area. Going down, we're gonna check Aguanga. So cheat and just go there. There we go. Yeah, heat all over the place. We've got some neighborhood streets as well. Let's change up our base layer. Probably have to turn that off like that. Okay, TF Outdoors. Yeah, you see now the streets. That's Map Builder Hybrid. Map Builder Topo. You see the neighborhoods and stuff now. Different cul-de-sacs and whatnot. Is that a golf course? Okay, Aguanga. Sonar Structures Map. Yeah, this heat detection, the one in red and the one in orange, that'd be very recent. It says 3:29 UTC. That is 4 minutes ago. 4 minutes ago, there's a heat detection less than 10 minutes prior. So this would be the current front right here where it says El Conquista and El Pasta off of 391 or 371. Now, it doesn't mean that these other sections in yellow are any better off. If we, I mean, it's anywhere from 1 to 6 hours ago, the yellow. So, I mean, it could be 61 minutes ago. Whereas the orange is less than an hour ago, anywhere from 10 to 1 hour ago at Pete's Cross. So, let's see. Somebody says also the Lizzie Fire, slow on the Central Coast, 100 acres, but evacs are lifted. Good, good. I know, SB Kathy, there's got to be a way to change the notification system. I believe through push notifications. Now, if I set up FEMA app to alert me to danger somewhere, Riverside County, let me do that right now. What's a Riverside County zip code? County, California zip codes. I'll add that to the FEMA app. That does a way better job of warning me about weather events, as well as actual ongoing disaster. So I do highly recommend the FEMA app. It's not often that a government does something right, but with the FEMA app, they've mostly done something right. So you got to manage locations within it. You put 5 locations on it, yours and then 4 others. So I'm looking at Marysville, California, because obviously I have kin there. Now I just got to add 92880, Riverside County, 92880. That says Corona, California. That's a weird coincidence. What I was about to talk about next, the murders. Corona. Oh, wouldn't you know it? FEMA has right here, update high wind warning issued October 30th at 1 p.m. See, that's why I missed this. I had gotten out of bed and then was moving around outside, and I had checked and everything looked okay just about before 1 p.m. and as soon as I put the phone away, all hell breaks loose. So it says Corona, California. Hey, let's get rid of this. Where is this? God, I have too many tabs. Hang on. Down. Okay. So, high wind warning. Northeast winds 20 to 30 miles an hour. It's a northeast wind. Is it a true Santa Ana? The jet stream has to do something specific. I'm going to turn on my radar. Let's go look at it. Okay. Yeah, there's all those red flag warnings. So what I'm frustrated about is FEMA app updated, and it erased all of my alerts. So I had always an LA County, San Bernardino area zip code. I had a Marysville zip code, I had a Portland zip code, and over there by Crescent City, just to get alerts for most of these places. And I look at it last night and like, why haven't I gotten FEMA alerts in a while? And it was like, the app hasn't been updated. Where do you live? I'm like, I already told you where I live. Ah. Okay. So if we zoom out, let's look at the bigger picture with the wind. Okay, stop glitching. There we go. Now this is not a good layer to see wind. Let's change our base layer. There. No, that's worse. Okay, grayscale. Now we can see wind better. It's just really that little spot. I don't see the typical Santa Ana-esque stuff. It's just something coming out of the desert, south of Vegas. Okay. I wish Holt Hanley were here. He'd explain this stuff. He may have made a video today. Now, I can't see channel. Look at that in a second. It says high wind warning, gusts up to 45 miles an expected. Isolated gusts up to 55. Where? The San Bernardino, Riverside County valleys in the Inland Empire, San Bernardino County Mountains, Riverside County Mountains, San Gorgonio Pass near Banning. Banning is always front and center of all this. You can see it is pretty severe winds right here. Dang. Maybe they are Santa Ana's. Impact, strong wind could damage trees and other objects. Doesn't even mention fire. At least not on the wind advisory. Let's go back to FEMA. I'm pecking on my phone. So 11 different advisories for this area. Wind advisory, high wind warning, air quality alert. Sure. Okay. Darn. All right. So, if how do we search? Let's go to Aguanga, California. Let's look at where that is. Yeah, you can even see it here. Here's the heat detections. The wind is out of the south by southeast. Would be pushing it to the northwest, just like you guys said. Okay. All right, let's change our map layer again. Topography. They really could do with better map layers. And that's more of a satellite. We're gonna have better results going back to CalTopo. So now we know the wind is coming up from the southeast. Let's go with scan topos can often be good with the structures button on. All right. So we've got hilly terrain, dry, deserty. Nightmare. Pretty nightmare. So we do have the structures button on, but we may have to hide. It's still very hard to see. This is ranchero type country here. Turn on global imagery. Yeah. Smaller little farms are on the waterways. Come on, load. There we go. And sort of like a suburban neighborhood. In a way. Quite difficult to defend. At least they're lower ground and they have good road access. Okay, let's hit the news. William says the LA weather people are describing this as Santa Ana winds. Okay, thank you for the confirmation. They recorded 90-mile-an-hour winds earlier today at Magic Mountain. Okay, yeah, that puts that to rest. Okay. Yeah, I should be switching my stream title. I don't know how that works though in the middle of the stream. Okay, so let me try. I'm gonna hit the edit button. So I'll say Highland Fire Riverside County, California, Santa Ana winds. Description: interrupting my spooky Halloween story broadcast. Terrible wildfire in Southern California. Okay. I've heard, I don't know if this is true, but I've heard that when you change your title and see, none of my tags for wildfire tracking are in there. It's all tagged for like entertainment story, and it's in category entertainment. My thumbnail is ridiculous. Okay, I'm just going to turn it to news and politics. Try to change the thumbnail now. Let's see, let's just get a generic wildfire image. Hang on a sec. And then I'll refresh it and I'll see what it looks like. I've heard though that YouTube punishes changes like this that are just so drastic from what your stream is that not many people will see it. We may have to restart, but I hope not. I hope this will just be all right. Okay, so let me take a screenshot of the something fire related here. That'll do. Okay. Mode. Rectangular snip. Okay. Save as. Excuse me. It takes a lot more time behind the scenes than anybody realizes to just restart things. 10, 30, 20, 23. Highland Fire. Okay. Save that into stream. Fire stream thumbnails. Copy and paste location of fire and stream thumbnails. Going back to YouTube. Oh, seriously, it didn't do it. Okay. Going to my documents. Fire stream thumbnails. Okay. Date is today. All right. Drastic change, but we'll see what happens. All right. Now, what we could do here is, yeah, I'm going to go to my channel, refresh that, and see what the live broadcast looks like right now. It's still got the murderer thumbnail. See, I can't change it, so I tried. The title's changed. Yeah, at least the title changed. Yeah, I'm about to hook up the scanner. It's time. Let me turn off the stupid thunder and lightning thing. All right. What was our last update? 27 minutes ago, additional Type 3 engine strike teams requested for tomorrow's operations. I would hope that they would have. Let's see. Do we have the layer for the? Yeah. Why does it turn off the flight tracker? Come on. I would hope that the nighttime helicopters might be able to fly, but maybe not with 90-mile-an-hour winds. That's insane. FEMA app says that forecast and the high wind warning was for isolated, but I can't. I'm juggling different things at once. Now, if you're on a VPN, it's doing it again. Okay, let me make sure the VPN connects to some different server. Let me check out the settings. Should be more than one in Oregon. VPN was just updated. See what's new. I don't want. If we just, oh yeah, blocked because you're on a VPN. Run speed test. We got good download, but upload's gonna be the meat and potatoes. Or what? 15 upload? That's not acceptable. I have 500, 500. This is okay. I've never had this VPN act up like this before, ever. That's why I like this one. Better than Nord, it's better than Surfshark. It's called private internet access. See, this should be fine. 75 up, 80 up. All right, just let me know if it happens again. I'm going to declare it okay for now. Now, if you're still buffering in any way, hit the refresh button and hit by the volume area where it says live. So Wildcat says, I think it has something to do with network attack. Is there something going on the West Coast, like a backbone being attacked or something? I haven't heard any news. Blackwatch, good evening. Yeah, so let's turn on Broadcastify. So let's go to my regular. And I don't expect, here's Flight Radar 24, I don't expect aircraft to be able to work here at all. Excuse me, where are we? Like I said, I do not know Southern California. There's banning. Very well. Aguanga. Other aircraft are in the air. Aguanga. This would be a nightmare for pilots. Not even finding it. Okay, where's Highway 371? Shoot. Where's the nearest town? You know what I'm saying? For me to locate. To Aguanga. It's southeast of Temecula. Okay. Southeast of Temecula at an intersection north of Oak Grove. Okay. So while I'm setting up Broadcastify, that'll be the best way to help the public if we can. I want to just see if there's any airplanes that watch duty may be missing. Where's Temecula? Temecula. Why am I? Why? Okay. Why not? Why can't I just? That should be big on the map. I'm so confused. Okay, Temecula. Nope, match is found. I'm not searching for airports or planes. Seriously. Pardon me. Okay, Temecula. Okay, much further south than I thought. Okay, east of San Clemente. Okay. San Clemente. And the hell, San Clemente now. San Escondido. Where is it in relation to the Salton Sea? Slightly due west from its tip. Okay. There. Gotcha. So, Idlewild, San Jacinto, Banning there. Okay, got it. There's Temecula, Riverside, Anza, 271, Anza. All right, my cell phone's going crazy. All right, Temecula. Here we go. Sorry, friends. No, we have no aircraft. I got all the filters on for anything like 10,000 feet and below. No aircraft over that area. Not surprising. We do have some aircraft, like by French Valley and stuff. So that's a weird one. Socata EBM 960. Darn. All right, let's check out. Do we have a new watch duty? Fresh. Watch duty showing was showing just a minute ago a helicopter. Maybe it's just low. That would be a good sign. It's after dark. Yeah, sorry, Big Al. You guys are probably like, it's over there, lady. Okay. New fire in Vancouver, Washington State. 2-acre last chance fire reported 3 hours ago. 2 fires that were not intended. Yeah. Second fire is 0.1 acres close to Spokane. Okay. Yeah, I would think, Smitty, that helicopter might be more involved in the rescue rather than firefighting. So, all right, let's get up. Okay, phone, shut up. Better be important. Yeah, new alerts from FEMA app. So evacuation warning north of Reed Valley. Okay. So when was this? When was the alert? Important notice. Evacuation warning north of Reed Valley, Humphreys south of Wilson Valley, Cahulia Heights east of Round Top Canyon, blah, blah. San Jacinto Animal Shelter is open for large animals. Okay. Now, San Jacinto Care and Reception is open at uh, Great Oak High School in Deer Hollow Way, Temecula. Evacuation warning North Reed Valley, Humphreys, South Wilson Valley, Cahulia Heights, East Round Top, Sin West Lake, Riverside. There's no grammar or punctuation, so it's just one big block of text. It's probably better, more clear here. So let's refresh watch duty, because I'm not sure when that Highland Fire evacuation warning happened. My phone just made noises. It might have just occurred seconds ago, in which case I'd expect an immediate update here. So let's open up a new tab, drag it over here next to watch duty. We're going to go to Broadcastify. Now, thank you for your kind donations. At Broadcastify, I have the premium membership, so hopefully we won't get any Home Depot ads and such. Let's see, am I logged in? I think so. Let's go to light mode for a minute. All right, so that's the top 6 feeds. No, it says login. Hang on. Let's go in. Okay, we're logged in. No wonder it wasn't showing my usual. That's and I have special ability to control volume better, left and right channel. Without that, it would drive you insane. EMS would taco or fire all the time. The better streams have EMS on left channel, fire in the right, vice versa, and you can turn off one channel if you're a premium member. Thank you for your kind donations. And then you could just listen to one. So we're going to go to listen. California County is Riverside. Is it on the border of San Bernardino as well? Now, whichever one has hundreds of people listening to it, that would be Cal Fire, Riverside County Fire West. That would be our ticket right there. So they're saying, yeah, stereo feed, right side is dispatch, left side is command and tactical. So then that means I definitely have to go and put that one. It's called Cal Fire and Riverside County Fire West into the dashboard. Okay. So I already had a Southern California dashboard before. Yeah, Southern California. That's Santa Barbara, Cal Fire, Riverside County Fire West. It's already there. Let's go. Okay, it's playing. Oh, thank you so much for your kind donation, whoever that was. Let me see. Got a PayPal. Yay. All right, we can do this. I can make it through the winter. Thank you, Alan. You're wonderful. Hey, Alan. You back? Sorry, I haven't looked at chat in a second. It's pronounced Kaweya. Ah, thank you. Appreciate it. Okay, so 132 listeners. I'll have both channels open right now. Let's crank up the volume for you guys. Turn off this. Arc Welder. Okay. So, recapping. We interrupted my spooky tales because I was unaware that the Highland Fire had been out of control and was still rampaging. Ants, libraries, Riverside on the scanner. Okay, so it's, let me memorize this. Thank you, Waddell. It's pronounced Kaweya.
For ALS unit was diverted. They're now sending a BLS. Advise if you'd like ALS to respond.
Thank you, unofficial, for the updates about the Northwest. Santa Ana winds are blowing right now, so they're calling them that on the news. Unfortunately, I checked to see if everything was okay today.
Orange County, Crew 1, TAC 12.
I'm going to check.
24, affirmative. Have an ALS unit.
Unfortunately, I checked to see if everything was okay.
Engine 82 falls, Delta response 20665, Dunsmore Place, RBC command type.
I had checked to see if everything.
Fox 5, what's your guys' location? We've been assigned to help you guys out. I want to do a face-to-face.
I didn't know about it, is what I'm trying to say. I checked everything about California right before this broke out, and then I was outside and didn't get any alerts. I'm so sorry. I should have been here at like 1 o'clock when it broke out. But here we are now. Okay, so we're going to go to the alert wildfire cams. I guess we were sort of already on it, but I don't. Stupid. I hate the way it opens up a new window.
Fox Crew 5, Orange County Crew 1. Yeah, you're coming in scratchy. I got Judy Drive. We're over here by Cottonwood Farms.
Cottonwood Farms on Judy Drive. Okay, we'll look that up. Let's find cams on this. There's cams on. Yeah, thanks a lot, Woodell. Haven't seen you before, have I? You're kind of familiar. Kauai. So is that Spanish or is it Native American persuasion? Kauai. Kind of sounds Native American. Kauai Reservation. Okay, I just answered my own question.
Copy that, Fox Crew 5.
That cam is down. Oh. Okay, so there's Hemet, Banning, Temecula, Sky Oaks. This, High Point. Okay, High Point maybe. So what, I'm sorry, what road did they just say they were on? Buffalo Bump South has a fire. Oh, thank you, Urban. Okay. Buffalo Bump South. Really? Okay. Well, we'll just go to the B's here. B, Buffalo Bump South. Okay, yeah. All right, let's do a time lapse. Okay, 3 hours. Whoa. Wow, look at that. So the terrain here and the winds are what's terrible. It's not really the hills. Oh, God. Okay, I'm going to turn that down a little. Now, if you find another, like, say, a generalized California fire, let's go 6 hours, radio broadcast, let me know, and we could switch, we could dual broadcast the different channels. Thanks to your kind donations, we can do that with the premium subscription. So you can see that there's not really heavy fuels. It's not the forest fire. It's not the big old growth of things like the Lookout. It's not the Dixie fire with, high altitude old growth. But this kind of sagebrush, tumbleweed stuff, and unfortunately probably little Joshua trees, can be ancient. This sort of fuel burns up fast but extremely hot and moved with wind. It'll move at lightning speed across the landscape so fast that it can be very hard to catch it before it runs into the hills, which make it nearly impossible to put out up in the hills if there's no road access. It becomes an air show at that point. So stopping it at roads with these high winds might be also impossible. because the little on fire tumbleweeds and the little on fire flaming sticks and branches. I'm gonna turn that down for us. Can light the other side of the road and the hillside on fire before they can do anything about it. They need air support, but it's after dark, so they're not going to get it. So okay. There's a rotator. Can't make it out. That's a fire too.
Copter 301 on RRU2.
That's a helicopter pilot. That's the fire too. A High Point 1 is a fire. I thought it was city lights.
Back to Ryan, showing 10 minutes.
Oh my God, it's not city lights. It's the fire.
I see copies. Copy 301.
Oh man. You can see how flat across the landscape the smoke column is. That is a very high wind. So if they can babysit individual,
Copter 301 RRU2.
if they can
Copter 301 returning to him at Ryan, showing a 19.
that's that helicopter pilot.
15. Back to Ryan. Correction.
It's an actual Firehawk.
Copter 301 Paris, companies returning to Hemet 2115 ETA.
So he's returning to Hemet. I don't know for refueling or what, but he's been buzzing around this Aguanga, if I'm saying that right, area. Now we've got the heat detectors. I'm sorry, there's
To get Type 3 engines past that if we needed to.
and they're talking about getting fire engines going.
You know, with that traffic for Paris, traffic is scratchy and reasonable.
I imagine the fire will go up this way. It's being pushed with the winds towards the northwest. So let's see, this neighborhood here could be in critical danger. This one has got to be, yeah, Cottonwood is where they reported that they were at. And I think that was a ground crew that reported that. Could have been the pilot. I'm not quite sure. But it looks like they're gearing up to save this neighborhood or whatever they can. So, and it's got to have been evacuated. Let's look. Yeah, north of Cottonwood Creek. Mandatory evacuations. So the yeah, it says put Hoseley along this perimeter road as the only thing I made out. But if it climbs up into these hills, this would be an absolute nightmare headed towards Round Top. I don't know how they could stop it though. Let's look at the current global imagery and okay, we've got irrigation. So you do have water sources here. So I feel that at least some of these structures have a good chance of surviving if they're laying hose and sitting up right here. there's been a little bit of chatter where they mentioned Cottonwood Road, presumably. So this is good. This is great. But I expect the red to overlap right here.
3345, Jack 10.
Any of these roads might be very good to try to stop it. But if it stays over here in the hills to the east,
4-5, see if you can make it up to where we're at. Are we going to be able to make type range from there? You're going to drive it?
thank you, Waddell. Yeah, thanks, Urban. We'll check out the different cams again, because there's got to be some cams from the north now that can see this as it's cresting this area. I'm going to hit a refresh on Caltopo because I've got a lot of material on that road. My throat needs something to drink, so I'll be right back, friends. I'm going to take a quick bio break as well. I imagine they're gearing up to save, try to save these structures right here for sure around Cottonwood and this solar farm. Looks like it's a solar farm as well as a regular farm. And oh, we're just greenhouses actually. Whatever. But all of this is in critical danger. Now, it's good that it's reaching a flatland down here, but like I said, if there's a lot of fire over here to the east, which it looks like there is, and it gets up into these hills, it can just blow over past in the hills and then make their way towards these residences in the nick of time.
Yeah, it's too soft.
So what is this road? Sage Road. Okay, I was just told new evacuation orders on watch duty.
Operation
It says Sage Road, south of Sage and Golden Eagle Drive. I would say just get out of Sage Drive. The entire area, it could be overwhelmed quickly. I would be getting my stuff out. Okay, let's look at, I'll leave you with the live image. Red Mountain, south. Let's just see. Oh, is that the fire cresting over the...
Group at that first turn, stay to the outside.
Okay. A 3 hour? Yeah, it's not city lights, it's the fire. Right here. Right here. I believe. Let me make sure. I mean, this is this cam looking south. Yeah. We should see the fire crest, the mountains. There it is. Wow. Okay. This is Red Mountain North. The upper clouds are going, the wind and the clouds are going a different direction than the wind at the ground pushing the fire. We're going to check the wind again in a second, but yeah, there you could see the red glow of the fire cresting the mountains right there. So I expect a couple of things to happen. Updated evacuation orders. I think they'll start saying all around Sage Road because I don't see how they could stop the fire from getting to it. Right now they're just saying south of it. I would say if you're anywhere near it, get out, be preparing and don't wait to be told. And I expect a new red to go over here and here with satellite any moment now because we're going to check and see if the wind speed are still pretty bad. I mean, Santa Ana's can go all night, pretty crazy. But sometimes nighttime can provide relief. So Big Al says, yeah, thank you so much for copying pasting in chat there, where you can go. I've read it out loud, but Great Oak High School, go to Temecula. With livestock and people is they're urging people to go to Temecula, but Temecula.
One shelter route to a well and check. Called into station 1 22700 Blue Teal. Family is unable to make contact for 2 days.
Uh-oh. Blue Teal Drive, is that what this says?
Engine 1, copy 22700 Blue Teal.
Yeah, see, there's like one way out, 1 to 2 main roads out of this area, the Sage Drive area. So definitely you can't go southeast on, what is this road? Wilson Valley Road. It's a no-go. It takes you right into the fire. So I think it's probably
Upper 301 RU2.
safe to go to.
On base, Hemet Ryan.
Okay, the pilot landed at Hemet. I don't know if that's for refueling or.
Copter 301 pairs copies on base 2114.
I would consider.
301. This would conclude anything for this evening too. Be back on tomorrow morning at 800.
Yeah, the pilot timed out. You can't.
301 pairs copies 2114.
That means pilots like truck drivers. Pilots like truck drivers have to have rest. So I don't know that I would go south to Radek to get to Temecula. Let's look at the cams. I'm going to use the bathroom here. Okay. Let's see which one is best. Look at the little neighborhood. So, like I was trying to say earlier, wow. Towards what lane? That's so frustrating. Something lane. They're going to go back towards something lane. Okay, that would have told us we were trying to do structure protection. But like I was saying earlier, structures are in orange. Again, I can't make out the road, but they said they're going to do what they can. They can't save everything. So what I was trying to say, though, is if they can babysit the buildings, many of which have best chance of survival if they've got a water source right in their backyard, like this area on Cottonwood looks pretty good, or possibly being saved. If this kind of light, flashy fuel, the fire can go right past and around firefighters. They have to be willing to stay and defend a structure, wet it down, have enough confidence that they can save the structure if it has defensible space, good enough water supply. They'll let it go past them. But they can't be at every single house, so it'll depend on how many fire engines are there. And then they will choose the best house with the best chance of survival. That's why I keep telling people that you need to make your house the best house on the block. That looks the most appealing to save. Because the firefighters are betting their own lives on whether or not they can survive being in your driveway and saving your home. So you want to be the house that has the defensible space and the pond and the water tanks and all that. So on the flatland, they can race from house to house right after it passes them and put out some of those that may have caught fire.
3558 to 3553.
On the hills, though,
Vegetation fire. RP is 40811 Dundon Road. The area of Denise and exit Eli Road. Respond on commanding. 6118.
there's a new fire. There was a report of a new vegetation fire. It said 40811 Dundon Road by Denise area exit Eli Road. I'll look that up, but I've got to pee. I'm sorry, friends. I'm going to leave you real quick with a current live view. Okay, that's live. Be right back.
Person Delta response, Pachanga Resort and Casino, 45000 Pachanga Parkway, enter Chelsea entrance, RBC 6. Overdose intentional. Charlie response behind Cardenas, Mission Trail, crosses Campbell on RBC Command 6.
Oh, that's pretty sad. They just said that the dozer crews are not going to be able to do what they thought in a certain area, and access to the road they found is not very good because dozers are dropped off. Dozers are dropped off by semi trucks, and he said it's so dark here that we should probably just try to figure out how to tackle this by daylight. I don't know which perimeter he's talking about, which neighborhood area or hilltop or wherever they're at. But if they only had night vision,
Confirm your response.
I think it's time for coffee.
Okay.
Trying to figure out which beverage.
Fire at 2556 3rd Street, or is it Eller Park? Because you're talking about a mile difference. There's the tonnage in 713.
It's gonna be a long night, folks. It's time for coffee. But I'm here to serve. I have failed you earlier in today. Did not know this was happening. I'll make efforts to remedy.
Engine 54, information only. This is a single report. All I have is the trash can on fire and the address given. Nothing further. The parking lot of CBS was south from the virus. RBC 5.
Well, that's happy news. It's just a dumpster fire, not like, you know. There's a vegetation fire, do I need to pinpoint? As soon as I come back after brewing the coffee, I will. This is a bad day to have any kind of fire. And I should take that back. Just a dumpster fire. Okay, any kind of fire right now could go into crazy town with Santa Ana winds. So if you don't know what Santa Ana winds exactly are, that's okay. I will explain. So they are seasonal. Now, when they happen to the north part of California, they're called Diablo winds. Southern California, they're called the Santa Anas. Because the jet stream changes this time of year. From basically October through January, these winds can blow. They're absolutely insano. Some of the fiercest, strongest winds California can experience. They are hurricane force winds. They're coming straight out of the Nevada desert. So they are hot, they are dry, bone dry. And they roll over the Sierras. The Sierra Mountains are like a...
Information only. For our so they advised that they gave a second dose of Narcan.
I hope that overdose victim makes it. So the Santa Anas ride the mountains like a roller coaster. They are driven up...
We're starting a second engine.
X-ray trainee, Palomar. Contact close.
Excuse me. Interrupted.
Additional traffic.
Anyway, the mountains act like a roller coaster to make them faster.
Affirmative. We're starting 3157 for possible full arrest.
I'm gonna turn off dispatch in a minute.
X-ray trainee, Palomar.
You just want to hear tactical. I can't get a word in.
Engine 3157. Respond with engine 94 en route to possible full arrest behind Cardenas, Mission Trail across Campbell Street on RBC Command 6.
I don't know about you, but hearing a fire engine respond to an overdose right now kind of makes me mad. They need to respond to the fires, like all hands on deck. I know that the... I know that the closest people that could do CPR are oftentimes the firefighters, but you don't need a fire truck to show up to do CPR. We need to fix the problem where there's just fewer ambulance. If we need more ambulance crews, that's what we need. Maybe the firehouse should be shared with EMS. And maybe we should just hire more crews so that fire trucks can respond to fires more often. Every time they drive somewhere, they're putting engine wear and tear on an actual fire truck. Yeah, exactly, Heather. Let the EMTs do that. Larry, thanks again for your kind second donation. You rock. You rock. You're keeping us alive. I've had so few donations lately. I've been very anxious about whether or not I can, well, keep doing this. Especially in the off season. Well, they call it the off season, but think about the Santa Ana wind season, October through January. It's nothing to do with climate change. It's let me just show you guys a graphic, and we'll look back live again in a second. Yellow winds in Santa Ana are basically the same thing, just whether or not they affect the north or the south of the state. Usually they blow at the same time. However, I don't have a high wind. I don't have a high wind warning for Marysville today,
57, confirm response.
like I did. So you see what they do. It's just the jet stream changes this time of year. It's geography based, not anything to do with global warming. Or they'll still happen.
Cancel engine 3157, -4F.
Let me turn off dispatch.
Cancel response engine 3157, cancel.
Cancel engine 65.
Okay, wait, that's volume. I could turn off either the left or the right channel. Which one was EMS, though?
Engine 65, cancel your response. Squad 91, energy burn safety check.
Crap. Oh, it's not working. Uh,
157, you can now cancel your response. Negative full arrest.
okay. I can't do anything about it. You're supposed to be able to turn off dispatch by cutting off the left or the right channel, but it's coming in through both. So I can't turn off dispatch. But that's what the broadcaster has screwed up, not me. We can't make them do what they say they do. That's unfortunate. I feel like I'm violating people's privacy when I'm showing names and addresses of victims unrelated to fire, but it is what it is. It's public. So Ninamp says, you never fail us. You help so many. Thanks for the kind words. I know I did in a way. You know, I screwed up. It wasn't intentional. But I have to admit fault in order to get better. So I need to become more aware of these things, and I just need to make that happen. But if I accept the failure as it is today, we can't improve, right? So, but I understand what you're trying to say, that I didn't fail you, and that's pretty sweet of you. I don't know, maybe that's too much of a harsh word, but either way, I'm not applying it harshly. I hope you know what I mean. Constant analyzation of how we can improve means we analyze flaws. So, okay. Let's go back to see what we can see. Now, let's get more cams up. Now, to recap what's happening, this is a Highland Fire. It is in.
This is a fire contained at the on-scene time.
Which one? The dumpster fire or the
Containment time, on-scene time.
or the vegetation fire? Okay, we seem to have two different camera angles from the south, from the north. The one from the south is much closer. So this is High Point South with the tower in the way. High Point North does not have the tower in the way. So if I go back and rewind this to 6 hours, where I failed to become aware of this today is I checked to see if everything is okay with California sometime around noon or 12:30 or just before 1. Then I went outside. I failed to see on my phone that yesterday's vegetation fires filled up all of my notification slots. You have a maximum of 24 on the Galaxy S22. I don't know if that's because of Samsung or if it's an Android thing or it's a watch duty thing. I'll just have to write them a letter and say, this is a problem. But I fill up my notifications more often than the average person because I, thanks to your kind donations, have a watch duty premium subscription. So I selected every single county of California and every single fire as it starts for notifications. So I constantly throughout the day have to go and slide away the notifications. and I sometimes totally forget. So the other thing about Android here, which is surprising, I mean, I remember even Android 6 worked better than this. We're on Android, what, 13? When I get a new notification, it won't go to the top. It nests inside whatever app, and Watch Duty has always been at the bottom of the notifications, below stuff like my stupid YouTube notifications. Like YouTube is on the top. When you slide it down, like YouTube is up there. I hear about stupid crap, you know, like. Earlier today, it looked totally normal. And the other problem is I thought I had.
33, 41, and 45 are currently making their way across the ridge line on the El Paso towards spreading down around 24, 23 are just offloading, making their way down to heads up into the Gulf or start to improve the road.
He named all kinds of roads where exactly this crew was going. They went straight into the neighborhoods. Look, this is how it happened today. This is the 12-hour time lapse. Yeah, it blew straight into the neighborhoods. Some of these maybe structures on fire. Some of the spots. See.
Engine 13, Quinn 97, headache, Charlie response, 216 North Woodlake Road, RBC Command 6.
What? Somebody called 911 over a headache? Starts up on the hills. As it progresses, just races across. They put retardant down, but they're only able to contain it on the flanks. The head of the fire is to the left, where the smoke is going. Couldn't be stopped. See, right down here, it's in the neighborhoods. So that was at 3 o'clock today. I was outside, away from phones and stuff. Like, no idea. There's a neighborhood going up right there. So I'm not sure which one. East Aguanga looks like got it bad. Hello, friends. Welcome. William says, so not only the wind's nuts, but the relative humidity has been insane. They reported 3% at Lake Arrowhead. Oh, that's over by the Bernardino Mountains, right? Yeah. Okay. So, yeah, that's exactly what the Santa Anas do. Is a jet stream will deviate from the norm. I mean, especially it doesn't do this during summer. And it has a chance several times throughout the autumn. I mean, it can go technically until January. The jet stream will do this weird thing and be almost north and south in Nevada. And that will push out the hot, dry Nevada air into California. And they're called Santa Ana winds because this air gets trapped in California valleys. And it needs to leave. It needs to go to the ocean because there's more and more air coming in. So there's a pressure, and it increases the speed of the wind. It wants to go to the ocean. That's the only place where the coast range has openings wide enough for a lot of air to leave the California Valley down there at Santa Ana. And in the north, by San Francisco, Mount Diablo. But It doesn't
We're
mean.
just wrapping up at this house we're doing construction protection at. Is there a location where we can get some fuel? If not, we'll just head up to the nearest station.
We're in the area. It's the main fire that you see.
Yeah, right now. Good copy. All sides and we're back in position.
Pull up.
Once again, they're like, oh, we finished structure protection at. Can't hear it, right? I made out some of that. Oh, it's noisy. Okay, he's talking about where the fire's gone. So he goes, we were at El Raposta Road, something like that, near a creek side, something towards Cottonwood Road, which is the neighborhood that's probably being defended right now. 2 miles on the something side, I think he said east side. He said it's already crossing ridges. So he said evacuate.
Yeah, they've already, it's a real dirty burn for the hallway until we got to the top, and then it looked like they picked up the edge a little farther out. Just have to kind of secure these under 12 meters and pull down in deep into these caves.
Delta response 39254 Sugar Cane Drive, RBC Command 6.
I wish we had better reception. But what I can tell right now is that East Antigua, Antigua, Aguanga, if I'm saying that right, this neighborhood got it. From looking at the cams, my best guess, from the cams from the south looking north, is that a lot of these homes may have just been destroyed earlier today. It went into this local area. So perhaps up here as well. So the current way the fire is going to try to move is to the northwest if the Santa Anas are still blowing from the southeast. What I was trying to get in before they just said all that stuff is that you look at this chart and you think the Santa Anas can only come from the northeast. Well, it really depends on the squiggly meandering path of the jet stream. So in this diagram, the jet stream has that bulge in it, so the Santa Anas would be from the northeast. But the way it is today, the jet stream seems to be going over Las Vegas, over here, or north and south, and that's making the kind of I don't know how strange it is or how uncommon. The winds are going south out of Las Vegas, and then they're hooking around and coming up from the southeast, pushing the fire to the northwest. So let's look back at the wind with my radar, and I'm going to go pour my coffee. That's what was a little confusing to me in the beginning. But if we zoom out and go into black and white, I do appreciate the kind words, and I don't mean to be like sounding like I reject them. I really do appreciate your guys' support, even if it's a pat on the head, like you're doing a good job sort of thing. Because sometimes I feel like I'm not. And everybody deserves a good job, with this. This is a serious volunteer service that not me, we are doing for the public. It's got to be somewhat pro, as best as we can make it, clear and timely, right? So you could see here's Las Vegas and how the majority of the winds are being pushed due south, and I guess that's probably where the jet stream is pushing them, if I had to guess. But I'm just turning that down. I'm sure this annoys you. As you can see, there's a couple of mountain passes that are critical. Like, I hope no fire breaks out at Beaumont or Banning right here. That is a super canyon, east-west canyon wind tunnel. This is where the majority of a lot of the Santa Anas try to make their way towards the ocean. Right down here, San Clemente, Laguna Beach, Long Beach, doesn't matter. Santa Ana is all in between there. It's just, right there, Santa Ana. It's just like it's not one specific spot, it's the general area. So you have a lot of the Santa Ana winds will push right through this pass, and Beaumont and Banning can experience like 114 mile an hour winds more routinely than you would think. And those winds that don't fit through that mountain pass will find another way. And so if you look at today's, I turned on topography, you can't see the wind very well, but these are hills, mini mountains, whatever you want to call them. And wherever they climb up, they just gain speed and plunge down the other side like a roller coaster. And so we look here, Aguanga is Cahulia here. This is a crossroads of 3 different mountain passes. So the winds are coming up to this one because these highways go in the passes. So the current wind speed is still out of south-southeast, so it's going to push the fire north-northwest with speed. And fire loves to climb hills, so whenever it gets into the hills and climbs, it's going to race up the hills. That means the firefighters, they have the best chance of stopping them on the ridgelines at hills with big main roads. This is Sage Road, I believe, sort of up here, if I can remember right. Looking at this is the weather thing, not the main map. But they can only do so much in the dark. The homes that are down in the flatlands and the neighborhoods, get rid of this real quick. I have to go get my coffee. The homes that are in the flatlands have, just because it's easier to reach them and zip around and high speed, whoops, they have much more chance of being saved. Sometimes they're even wealthier suburban neighborhoods. In the hills, the suburban neighborhoods in the hills have a less chance of survival unless they've got like ponds in the backyard, swimming pools, and extremely well done defensive space.
Response at Vista Pacifica, 3662 Pacific Avenue, room 12B, RBC Command 5.
This is the last 15 minutes. It's still raging. And look at all the city lights all around the structure. So it's one hell of a structure defense battle. And we're still looking at the Aguanga intersection here, 371 and 79. And the valleys, the drainages, like I said, wind tunnels. So 371 is their best chance of stopping it. Its north progress. It's pretty expansive east and west. So they've got to stop it in the valley. by this Rancho California golf course. I bet that's a big staging area. These homes on the golf course have a great chance of survival because it's green grass and the little ponds and stuff on the golf course. They always have a lot of water available for the fire engines. So if you can't get out of your town, if you can't evacuate safely, go to a golf course and just park on there. You'll probably be hanging out with the firefighters too, like, hey, what's up? But I would say as long as they had enough people there when the fire arrived, they have a good chance of surviving. So thank you, Big Al, for the thank you, Bonds. I was trying to say that earlier and I got interrupted. And Nina MC, thank you for the kind donation. So my throat is under siege. Of course, whenever I have to get up and like mess around the kitchen, they're all silent. I like them to talk so I can not annoy you guys with kitchen noises. But I did leave a message with Holt Hanley. I hope he checks his comments. Maybe I should email him or something. I call him Hanley the Kid because he deserves a Wild West name. There were just a few people really giving hope and information to those in the dark during the Dixie and the Caldor fires. That was Holt Hanley, who was doing the weather. He's awesome. I don't know if he's graduated yet. He's getting like a doctorate or something, or a postgraduate, and he had just gotten a job at one of the local news stations. He's going to be big, man. Like you can tell, he's innovative. He's going to be big on the scene and remembered as a early 21st century pioneer in fire weather technology. You mark my words. And more importantly, he wasn't scary. He delivers scary news, but with a smile and with this youthful vigor. So I called him Hanley the Kid. I hope he likes that. I don't know. He was doing the weather. Daniel Kearns, almost every day, was giving on the ground updates on the Dixie. Predicted that Greenville wasn't safe. I wish I knew more about him at that time and urged people to not go back. Good. Looks like it's holding. He said it looks like it's holding, and there's private dozers working that road. Citizens.
Information only. Adjustments. Change to control objectives. Control objectives remain for south of Lake Riverside, west of Bucket Travel boundary, and north of county line. Change will be east of the Portola, previously identified as Stage Road. New control objective will be east.
Highland Experience copy. Change objective east of the Portola Road.
Change of objective? Okay, I wish JB was here to tell us what exactly that means. So 2 hours and 36 minutes into the broadcast, it said south of Lake Riverside, north of the county line, east of Portola, 250 Portola Road, change of objective. Formerly known as Stagecoach Road or something, or formerly Stagecoach Road. I don't know if they had the road wrong or if the objective changed. I can't read my handwriting. Oh man, that's loud. Okay, I have it way louder for myself than you. guys. So this was a replay of how this occurred, and thank you for the insider info, guys. Local information is so critical. You do share it. People are supposed to talk. People, I lead this stream. I let the people who are watching lead what I'm saying because I'm here to provide information that you need. So yes.
Highland operation, 6849, turn on.
Contribute. Ask questions. Oh yeah, about the scariest thing on earth right now, Nina. For America.
Highland operation is 6849, Charlie. We're approaching the scene.
Highland Operations, Charlie. Is that a helicopter?
6849, likely got to Highway 79 and 71. There's more up there.
Thank you, Big Al. Keep showing the I just can't make this out.
Division Mike, Engine 50 is also up here on Lizard Lake.
Charlie. Here's stuff up. Get ready.
19806 Barnfield Place. RBC Command 5 for departure.
Stepping on each other.
Engine 193154.
Mike, engine 50.
Okay.
Highland operation, 28 Charlie.
I think he was talking about objective objective change is probably evacuation. Okay, it's very hard to summarize for anybody who might have just walked in. That's typically what happens is we get people, 35. I'm hoping that I could at least turn off one of these two voices. I keep trying to want to summarize what happened today. It's almost going to be impossible. But thank you so much for the insider info, local info, Big Al. It's not just a golf course down there below Aguanga. It's an RV park too that winds through the course. Okay, RVs can be difficult to defend. They're kind of like plastic buildings, but if they're near a golf course, if they had enough units earlier today, I would expect that a lot of the buildings were savable near the golf course. However, I don't want to give anybody any false hope if they left in a hurry because this moves extremely fast. So if you look, we might have a VIIRS progression map at some point, different satellite. Like this, MODIS and VIIRS satellites are much more accurate than the GOES. GOES are like big chunks of land in a square. However, the satellites do not come around very frequently. So this is our point of origin, though, if we hit VIIRS progression map. Now remember, the big circles are a margin of error when they have the little snowflake inside of them, like the latest VIIRS, right? So as time wears on and the VIIRS satellite passes over again, it will start to remove the little snowflake from the progression map because it's confirmed where it got burned, but this is hours behind what has happened. And so like with the big fires, we track, oh, a donation, thank you very much. Let me see who did that. Now at least my phone allows me to understand when PayPal has happened. Thank you, Scott. You are wonderful. Okay, feeling a little bit better about paying the bills now. So what I'm talking about though is we do all satellites. It's kind of like a jumbled mess, but we can see now where the origin was. So when we watch this 12-hour time lapse, we know exactly where we're looking at. And it was up here, and there's almost no structures up here. Secret Falls Road, rural ranchero type stuff, and at elevation, but near roads. So anyone's guess what the cause was unless somebody knows. It's not like I've been following the news of Southern California. I was outside mostly today. So it looked from the southern cams like it first blew due west. Now I can't see why that happened. Look at this curve. Remember, all the canyons and drainages are wind tunnels. So even if most of the wind was coming up from the southeast, and sorry, I don't have the pen anymore. It doesn't work until I get a new monitor. I used to draw on the screen. But if you look, even if most of the wind is going up from the southeast, like so, a lot of the wind will dip down into the drainage, and instead of going and riding up the other side of the hill, it'll like run into the wall of the hill. Imagine it moving like water going somewhere and then hitting a wall. Well, the water will split on each side, so the wind changes direction following the canyons, and we could put on shader relief, and you can see this S curve like so, and how a fire's starting. Let's see, where's the progression map again? Excuse me. Yeah, right here. See this? This is almost like a due west thing. And fire doesn't have to just follow the wind. It'll climb in any direction, even against the wind. So here's a mountain that I'm sure just climbed right up, went this way. So it looks like on our, I'll play the 12-hour time lapse again. This was like a wind tunnel right straight into here. And I would explain why it would shoot so far west at the start. And then once it's down here in the flatlands, it'll follow with the prevailing wind, the south wind from the southeast going, wow, that is one heck of a canyon. Definitely like a blowtorch here. These two passes in the mountains are like a funnel that speeds up the wind. And that would explain why we go shooting towards the northwest. Now, they've got a decent chance of, say, even stopping the progress down here in the flatlands. It's probably ongoing over by that Cottonwood neighborhood. However, since it's still up here in the hills, it's going to be kind of impossible. It's just going to let the fuel burn out probably in these sections, and it'll probably cross over, just flaming debris just being whipped in the wind towards across here. So they may do some decent structure protection. Do some decent structure protection, especially from these down here on the flatlands. But you see that it's up here. I don't hold out too much hope for some of the structures up here on the hills. We'll have to wait on the news to see what was lost. You see how it's a wide. These heat detections are very recent, and this is a wide, big front, like a Pac-Man mouth going towards the northwest, right? And so ironically, down in the flatlands, they kind of can stop it down here, but look at the fingers in the hills. I expect that it's just going to keep going in the hills, especially the ones up north here. So it'll be quite a challenge. The fact that they abandoned some ridgeline roads and getting some dozers some places,
Highland Operation 6849 Charlie Stage.
because they can't see in the dark, it's a terrible time for the wind to be blowing this strong at night. So I want to check the weather again, but I'm going to show you now the progression. This is the 12 hours. This is the best cam we have. So all is normal until it's not. 10:30 in the morning, 10:45, 11, 11:25, 11:45, noon, 12:30, boom, 12:41. And these cameras can zoom mildly in and out of places, but pretty. Oh, that's loud for me. So but I would imagine this will line up with the progression map. Pull it over. The gray is where the heat detections are the oldest, and that is later than 6 hours ago. So these kind of fuels, they will burn up really fast. The fire will move. The fire will move very fast and very hot, but as the hours go by, when the fire has been, it just starts to really peter out. So that's why the satellite is not picking. It'll only pick up new heat detections fiercer than what it had before. So back here at the gray, you can see the C shape. These are all different things. It's already petering out. So we'll figure out if any of these structures survive somewhat soon, I think with the morning news or maybe even throughout the night. The red is a detection at least around 10 minutes ago from the time shown, which is 5 UTC. So that was 6 minutes ago. Then it was red, so we have a 16 minutes ago. A new intense heat where the red is at. So there's a lot of structures there. So this has got to be a crazy battle up on these hills if the firefighters are still there. I've heard.
3168, engine 101, Childbirth, Delta response 119, Altura Drive, RBC Command 6.
Talking over each other again. Chopper? Is there a chopper out here? Yeah. Yeah. I got an Airbus helicopter H-125. Cool. Where's he at? East of Sage Road by Gopher Road. All right. So let's compare that to our heat detections. Take down shear relief. Now you get an idea of the contours here. So Sage Road is this big fat yellow one. Yeah, this big fat yellow one. Gopher is Cottonwood. Gopher. I could type that in. Gopher and Sage Road. Yeah, there's Gopher right there. So the helicopter is hovering right here. Now, this orange is just as good as red to me as far as fire intensity. It could be just 11 minutes ago, where the red is 10 minutes ago from the 5 o'clock. So 18 minutes ago. So expect the orange and red to kind of interchange. It just depends on how frequently the satellite's going to be coming by. So remember also, toned out. Remember it's a heat detection system. It's not a fire detection system.
Engine 55.
whatever. So it can be deceiving. The front of the fire could be the orange one, but if there's less fuel in the section here, this is a margin of error, by the way. Doesn't mean that all of this is on fire. Somewhere in there is on fire. Could be the whole square. Usually it's not. But it's margin of error. Now, even though, I mean, this could be where the front of the fire is, but I don't think so, considering that these squares are lit up. I would think that the moving front is somewhere in this section. Now, if there's more stuff to burn where the fire's just been, that's going to cause that red detection, because that's what the satellite does, is it's picking up heat, and it only counts it as a new detection if it's more intense or at the same intensity as the last time the satellite came back, which comes around every 20 or so minutes. So this could be deceiving, but the way the wind is blowing, I would say the actual right around here, or right around here, maybe both, would be where the head of the fire is. So I know that there's a bunch of these have a good chance. This Cottonwood area has a good chance of the building surviving due to all that irrigation and that big pond. And it looks like a little nursery or something of some sort. However, this bothers me greatly. This yellow here. See, that's... Oh, I hate toneouts. If I were Empress, I'd get rid of that system, whatever the hell that is. It's like from the 70s or something. It's like a fax machine noise. Like, we should not hear this. But it's how...
Headquarters stations. Check your email in reference of local staffing pattern and advise all battalion stations.
Yeah, okay. All right. This bothers me. This yellow here. It could be almost as active as the red and the orange, because it means it's from 1 to, what, 6 hours old? That's a... What if it's 62 minutes old, right? Can't tell. I wish there was a bigger color scheme. So the intensity of the fire might be greater here. Hopefully not, because it's burning structures. That's a lot of structures in there. But let's just hope it's because of vegetation. This bothers me because look at all that neighborhood right there. So up in the hills.
Medic 255, breathing problems, echo response, 76699 Florida Avenue on RBC Command 12.
At least you got a grid of streets, but I don't see a lot of ponds and stuff. This is not the kind of place you find hydrants. Or gas stations. I'm muting that for you guys. So the problem with a neighborhood like this is that's a lot of structures. They're spread out, and not only do the fire crews need to get their water probably delivered in water truck, but they need gas delivered to them too. They were discussing that earlier. Like, do we have gas trucks and water trucks? And we've had some good news. They said if something is holding somewhere, we couldn't make it out. We've had some bad news where they said, well, the dozers can't accomplish what we want. I don't know where, because we can't see well enough. They also had roads that were too bad to deliver dozers to the roads. The road existed, and they were delighted to find it, which means, oh my God, firefighters need updated maps. But the semi-trucks, I'm hearing more tones. The semi-trucks that deliver the dozers couldn't make it to the road, so boom. Fire access roads are critical to saving neighborhoods. So the wind would potentially blow. I don't know how intense the fire is right here in this yellow square, but directly into this neighborhood right here. Let's see what the... Oh, she's still saying check your email. Wilson Valley Road, Weaver Hills Drive, Wilson Valley Road neighborhood right here. That's in critical danger. So we need to hope that the winds will die down like ASAP. It's going to be quite hard to defend. So we know that everything south of Sage Road, that Sage right here, this entire thing is under mandatory evacuation. Let's check, see if the evacuation map has updated. Refresh. This map was created by a user. Maybe, is it official? I think, yeah, maybe Highland Fire did it. I mean, RRU, PIO, Public Information Officer. Yeah, Riverside. What is RRU again? Yeah, PIO is Public Information Officer, so I believe this is official. We go to, yeah, there's Wilson Valley Road right there, mandatory, and Sage. It's going to be hard. It's going to be hard. So we need to hope that the wind is going to die down. Now, going back to chat, I'm sorry. Let me show you the live views. So this is live. It's the same view as the 12-hour time lapse, which I'll show you guys again. So this is when it started around, all that tone outs in my ear, 12:45 today. They had aircraft on it right away, but wasn't enough. You can just see how bad the wind was immediately. And the camera has to pan to fit the entire fire in the frame by 1:47. An hour later, it's that bad. That's a lot of miles covered by the fire. So I went to orient myself to exactly where it started, and we need to line up with the Veers map that almost looks like a golf course. It's not, but whatever that is a good thing to line up the map. So, like I was explaining, this is structures are in orange. We go to the Veers progression map. It's very old, but it's very good to show where everything started. Now, pull on global imagery. Yeah, there it is. See that weird squiggly corn maze road thing, terracing, whatever that is. Yeah, we see that in the time lapse. Corn maze. I have no idea. Maybe it's a terraced orchard. I don't know. So it then blew almost directly to the west, and in no time was over here in these neighborhoods. And these neighborhoods are Golden Stag Ranch Road, Palomino Road, Buckthorn Road, Wrangler Road, Maverick Road. Okay. So a lot of these got hit. It moved quite fast. They knew about it. There's the golf course, which I think has better chance of stuff surviving because it was further west. Looking all lush green. Every golf course has got a lot of water. Pipes everywhere, sprinklers. It's an intense density, though, of mobile homes or whatever that is. Ah, that's bad. However, look at the infinite water sources. So it'll remain to be seen what survived, what didn't. I would think that this neighborhood over here, the dry hills, dead ends, and that's much more difficult. You'd have to have a firefighter in every driveway. And I'm sure there's no fire hydrants out here. This is one of those things where suburbia is an incredible mistake. If your community is small, in a valley, and the buildings are close together, much much greater chance of your community surviving in most of the structures because the firefighters can zip just one little place to another all around your small community, like Christmas Valley and Tahoe made it, and so Kybers and Strawberry, very small places. Even if they're sandwiched in between mountains, it's proximity. You sprawl out like this, your traditional, like, oh, I have a house on the hill with, 10 acres. You have to defend your own place. Like, you have to make it perfect. And if you do create defensible space, even with nobody attending your home, oftentimes it will survive. Like if you have defensible space, unfortunately there's trees right next to this one, but see how there's no trees around it? It's got a green lawn. As long as you have done extra vigilance and made sure no embers can get into your attic. Like the soffit vents are all buttoned up, tight mesh. Same thing with underneath. Don't have any wraparound wood decks or anything hazardous like that. No plants growing right up against the windows. It doesn't, and by the way, it doesn't matter if your plants are watered or they're green. These Santanas, 3% humidity or whatever reported today. Within about 15 minutes of these fierce winds hitting any of your plants in the yard, they have shriveled up as if they've been dead for weeks. It's just like a hairdryer directly on your plants. If you were sopping wet, just came out of the shower and walked outside, you'd be dry in about 8 minutes, maybe less. It's nuts how this is lip cracking. No Vaseline, no amount of Vaseline in the world could keep your lips from cracking kind of dry, relative humidity. So, oh yeah, that's a lot of packed RVs. Unfortunately, if even just one goes up. Okay, we got the radio coming back on. What I'm trying to say is hope. You do evacuate. Rooming your property means even unattended, your property structures could survive. So many times they do. If we used to think, we have known for a long time, as human beings have known that the roof catching fire is one of the big nightmares for firefighters trying to stop wildfire progress. We assumed until very recently, like until 2 years ago, that the embers were gathering on top of the roof shingles. Let's go back to the time lapse. No, the roof is catching fire from the inside of the building. The embers are going into the tears in the soffit vents or little openings. People not caulking their attic space under the roof eaves. The embers find these little areas, and they did some wind tunnel tests and found out that hidden cameras on the inside of these fake houses that they put in the warehouse, and they put embers in front of big fans. The embers went into the attic by the thousands. The attics were catching fire from the inside out. And oftentimes that's invisible because the smoke builds up in there and builds up in there. Can't really exit the soffit vents because the wind is still pushing up into the soffit vents. So a lot of homes are on fire. The attic is on fire with fire crews going by not even knowing that. So they may leave the vicinity and come back later and a house is burned down. They're like, what? But that explains the pattern they begin to notice. Places like Pasadena, where a couple of mansions on the same street are burned to the ground to the foundation, and right next to them and dotted throughout the landscape are a couple survivor buildings. And they're like, huh, all of them had tile roof, not the cedar shake that used to be common in California, the wood roof. Why had some of them burned down then? That's why they did the test. That's how they found out. So it looks like a staple gun, guys. Moral of the story is staple gun and some fine metal mesh from your local Days Hardware, Home Depot, or Lowe's or whatever. Can be the number one thing determining whether or not your structure survives. And think about underneath too. Okay, operation something on command. Okay.
One allergies, Charlie response, 678 Levees Canyon Drive on RBC command side.
Excuse me. Okay. Now, let's go to live view here. Let's do the last 15 minutes. There's still a lot of city lights in there, and that's a lot.
Operations from 1860 Alpha.
I'd like to know what kind of scale is this? Oops. Let's go back to our time lapse of the 12-hour. If it zooms, we might get disoriented here. It does pan. It needs to be in daylight for me.
Medic 86, Donald King, Charlie response, Desert Springs Healthcare, 82262 Valencia Avenue, room 26A on RBC command side.
Okay, optical illusion. I thought the fire was over here. That's a tree branch reflecting the sun. I was gonna go, holy crap. Okay, so the problem with this, you see the fire go over the ridge.
Operations from Strike Team 1860
Okay.
Alpha on command.
Okay, so it stays in this position. So this is where it was 1826. What was that? 24-hour time. Near sunset. 18 to 6, right? I can't remember. So the problem with the infrared is these cameras are not calibrated, meaning the big glow is overblown. The fire isn't that big, but the big white glow is dominating the landscape. It's not pinpointy like it is right before we lose all the light. But I can see the contours of this hill where the camera's at. So let's see, this is our current view. Almost exactly the same viewpoint. Okay, so we can get an idea of where the fire exactly is right now if we can line up the terrain. So, Big Al, maybe you can help me with this stuff. We gotta figure out where's the wrong. Let's go with that. Find it again. Palm Springs, Temecula area, San I'm going to San Bernardino, ring-a-ding-ding. Cahuilla Hills, Cahuilla Hills, Palm Desert. I was right there. There's Salton Sea. I want to see the Salton Sea. My grandmother used to swim in it when it was like hot back in the day. Ah, but it took a long time for it to become that polluted anyway. Okay, so down here, 74, 371. Where is the cam? What? I have the right. Okay. I thought there was one looking almost directly from the south north. Am I going nuts? Yeah, show on the map. Oh, I was too far east. Okay. Yeah, Salton Sea.
Engine 91,
Spectacular.
public assist, code 3
Okay.
response, Nuevo Cross of Menifee on RBC command 6.
Over there. Got it. Okay. Not south, north. Whoops. So High Point North, current.
Last unit on command confirming traffic repairs.
I hate this view.
76 available from the Highland incident.
How do we change this again? Yeah.
Engine 76 current copies available 2227.
Paris engine 50 is available from the Highland incident.
Whatever. I'm just gonna duplicate it. Duplicate the one that's clear. Okay.
Engine 50 Paris copies 2227.
point north. We're going to find out exactly what we're looking at. We don't know zoom level, but that is the direction. So Rancho California Golf Course. Now, if I had Google Earth up and running, that might work. It's zoomed in quite far. There. Okay. So it might still be on the Palomino Road for the most part, our viewpoint of this. It's going straight off that ridge. Okay. Ridge in front of it. That's a far zoom right there.
Engine 9, Division Mike.
Yeah, the ridge. There. Okay.
And what's your current location?
Okay, so this is, I don't know if it's down here. Probably is right here. We see most of the burning happening.
I see. Engine 5,
We did have heat near the golf course area, and up here, I don't know
Engine 5, you have traffic for Highland IC.
if we could see that. If we could see. If we could see. Okay, we got a watch duty update. I don't know if we could see past the hills. Let's see with our geography.
Bears from the Highland IC, copy Engine 5 traffic.
Yeah, we can. We can. Because it's up on the hill. Okay.
Highland IC, Engine 5.
Okay, let's do it.
Correction, Highland IC Bears copy.
To redo the 12-hour. Okay, what watch duty do you have to tell me? Thank you again, everybody who's donated. We are
Command from Strike Team 1860 Alpha.
we are trying to remain ad-free, so thank you everybody who has donated. Smitty says, read the wind is blowing Palm Springs to Oceanside. Did it just change? Okay, so yeah, Big Al, yeah, I'll look at Twitter here. That's current perimeter. Okay, thank you. I will. I'll drag that over and show people. Have to be careful with Twitter. Okay, yeah, it is in the neighborhood that I was just looking at. And we can't see the one and I even forgot how to say it again. Kahuya? I screwed it up. Sorry guys. How do you say that again?
From Strike Team 1860 Alpha on RRU2.
Kahela? Okay, alright, we redid the 12-hour time lapse. So that's golf course right there. Whoops. That's the golf course down here, I think. Right down there. So what we get the grand change of scenery. And then it stops here. And so now the humpy hill may be sort of covering it, which, dang, climb right into the hills. Some of these glowing spots are structures. It's hard to tell if they're lights, though, or the fire. If they flicker a lot and dim after a while, it's a fire. If they stay bright, it's their porch lights. So what you want to see is those staying bright. Now, like I said, non-calibrated, terribly calibrated. See, we can't learn much from this because the needed to really tone down the aperture here. The glow is overwhelming. there's not that much fire in the landscape, but that's obscuring half of it. Because the infrared detects light and heat both. That would include hot smoke. So these cameras have to be told to cut down the amount of light to them so that this doesn't happen, but they don't. They're just wide open. I don't know who's in charge of this stuff, but when they're actually calibrated, you could see a lot. You could see fire even more clear. You could see a bright, like what it should look like. What should look like is this. I mean, in black and white though, but with this sort of precision. The flames would be the brightest white, and then grayscale from where, like, the path of destruction is, like where the smoldering is. But we got a mess due to these cameras either being way too damn cheap or nobody behind the wheel knowing what they should do to change the view. Quite frustrating. Firefighters can't make much out of this either. I guess that's why it depends so much on the helicopters. All right, so I'm going to pull over the Twitter. Okay. So this is supposedly one of the perimeter maps, but this is from when? When was this posted? 7:30. So this one's 2 hours ago. So we did have heat detections, like I said, in that mirrors Caltopo down in the golf course, but not that much. I would expect more if the golf course was really affected. Now we should go to the actual media too. Hey Harley, how you doing? Good morning, saying. Yeah, 10:30 at night here. Rainy morning. Wish I could send this rain to some areas. Yeah. Brad Gale says new fire in Riverside. Mission fire. Evacuation orders issued. Oh, yikes. Thank you. I wonder if that was the earlier reported vegetation fire. Oh dear. No, it's not by Banning. It's west of it. But like I said, this east-west wind tunnel, the one that goes past Banning, is like one of the worst places to be. I wonder if I have a FEMA alert for Corona. So FEMA should have just told me about a fire near Corona. The FEMA app. And Corona has a wind advisory issue, but FEMA has not gotten on it yet. Maybe it's just not close enough. Okay, Mount Rubidoux Park has been ordered to evacuate. Thank you so much for the update. Yeah, you're awesome, Brad. We crowdsource information here. So it's 5 acres and light flashy fuels. I'm sure there's a camera to be seen. Topography driven, yeah. Structures are threatened within the hour. I would imagine the structures to the northwest, but we need to go and look at this particular spot to see how the wind is blowing in this particular spot. It may be more from the east because of the mountain pass by Banning is like a due east-west thing. So, like I said, you've got to look at the contours of the land. Timestamp this. So 3 hours into the broadcast, glad I made coffee. And 40 minutes to new mission fire. And set river bottoms, looks like, at a park. I don't want to leap to conclusions, but transient campfire comes to mind. Or I don't think recreational vehicles will be out right now. And then again, there's power lines. There's power lines. I see way too many homes lit with electricity right now for these high winds. So Cal Edison has a lot of blood on its hands in a way. Similarly to PG&E for their keeping their lines going when they should have been turned off. Bobcat, anyone? Maintenance, trimming, dealer. So, yeah, it's like a dry riverbed. So let's look at the wind high radar. Time to look at that. All right, it's gonna be a long night. Now,
Engine 91 pairs.
we're still listening to Riverside County.
91's on scene. Appears to be a release valve, not a hydrant. Let's see in the notes, 15-minute ETA for the water company. Engine 91, that's affirmative. 15-minute ETA.
Okay. So we don't have as much wind over here, but you see how it's coming out of the Banning and Beaumont area, going due west pretty much through the mountain pass. Now, we do have mega winds coming from the north over here by Ontario. I never heard of these places, but over by Corona and here by the Riverside Municipal Airport, not that much in the way of winds, and it seems to be coming from the northeast. So I may have been wrong. It may be structures to the southwest that are most threatened. See how it sort of fans out around here. Let's go back, check out where this is. Mission Boulevard, Riverside itself. Okay, there's the airport. There's the fire. Okay, let's go back to watch do. Having my radar. There's the airport. The fire's right up here. It's kind of going along, going with the flow. It's going, following the river. Well, the dry river, that's the Santa Ana River. Okay, the dry river bed of the Santa Ana River. What? Hey, who knows? Maybe there's a little bit of water right now, but I wouldn't expect much out of that. Okay, so it's in Mount Rubidoux Park. So perhaps they're talking about down here by Palo Verde Lane. Okay. A dry river bed is a nice fire break. Kind of ready-made. Okay. So I would expect this neighborhood down here might be what is endangered. Let's see if they've got evacuation orders for it. I imagine, hopefully, it's for your fresh it. They'll be on the same map and not like two of them. Don't see any right now, but please keep me informed. This was breaking news, so it's now 5 acres and light flashy fuels, topography driven, structures threatened within the hour. Okay. All right. I mean, it could be like this neighborhood on the other side of the canal that they call a river. Maybe. But look, this is a great fire break, whatever this road thing is. River Access Road. Levee Road, maybe? That's pretty good. Since the wind is, as according to my radar, following the river. So a lot of this vegetation be messed up. There's a landfill. I'm not sure. Could be Wenatchee Way, Loring Ranch Road, Suffolk Street, over here that they feel structures are threatened, or Glenwood Drive, Palo Verde Lane. On this side, we shall monitor and see. So, okay, going back to the chat. Is PG&E just California, or is it a national company? It's just California. Pacific Gas and Electric, and mostly the northern part of the state. It's a big monopoly. Now, SoCal Edison is the big name in Southern California, but PG&E is kind of spread out. We could get a map. But even the far north of California gets into Pacific Power, Warren Buffett's company. Like, remember the McKinney fire that was deadly? That seemed to be very power line related. And so I was wrong. Like, the moment I was covering it, I was wrong. There was a lightning storm going by that seemed to start some of the fires. Was that 2022 McKinney fire? One of the early ones. And the firefighters assembled in certain places of the town. Let's go back to video cams. Let's see if we can get a mission fire on a cam. So this new one, let's go to Riverside. I made the mistake of thinking, well, it's got to be the lightning. Well, it was a fierce enough storm to blow down power lines too. So I haven't followed up with it. It usually takes at least 2 years to do a thorough investigation for wildfires. Bell Canyon North has a fire on it. It does? Oh yeah, that's one of the others by San Clemente. One I've just been ignoring. I saw these little flames. It's prescribed. What are they doing? Doing prescribed burns today. Oh. Oh no. Camp Pendleton Fire Department is conducting firing ops to stop the spread of a vegetation fire. Okay, that makes more sense. The fire was burning for the past 4 hours. It updated 6 hours ago. Okay, the forward progress was stopped, but wait a second. What?
X-ray trainee, town 1, contact 12.
That's not there. That's... Is it new? Please don't be new. Bell Canyon North. 3-hour time lapse? 6. Yeah, it was burning 6 hours ago. But I don't see it on watch duty. Am I blind? Okay, what about 12 hours ago? Look at that little cactus. Now, a lot of these wildfires are worse than they should be because of the invasive weeds, especially grasses of California. There are a couple that are just seriously bad. And fire helps them proliferate.
336 on command, priority traffic.
The grass species strategy is to promote fire. Then when a fire rips through, they're the ones that grow back the fastest and drowning out the native plants. And so that's how they take over and perpetuate.
336 on command, priority traffic.
Okay, yeah, so this happened around 5 or 6 p.m.
336
Okay.
IC. Vermia, priority traffic.
Yes,
We've
Mitty.
got a firefighter with burn injuries to his legs. He's loaded in the engine. We're taking him down to the intersection of 371 and 79. Can you start a ALS unit?
Oh no.
Engine 336, copy traffic. Firefighter with burn injuries. Transporting to 371, cross at 79. Break operations, copy traffic.
Oh no. We've got firefighter injury. Okay, I'm trying to figure out where this one is, Smitty, though. It's in the Santa Ana by Casper's Wilderness Park. They were going to find out. Let's pray for the firefighter, too. So, he has burn injuries on his legs.
336, we're at the intersection of 79 and 371. Got a firefighter with burn injuries to the legs. He's stable. He's in the truck right now, but we need an ALS unit to check him out.
I'll turn that up for you. He's stable. Thank God.
It's 91 for an update. Water
Again, let's go ahead and grab one ALS engine for treatment. And I believe you got an AMR station in that location. We can grab one AMR resource at the time.
Okay. Transporting him to
I see you copy traffic.
Are we responding to Riverside County incident?
Ferris, repeat your last.
Highland IC Ferris, copy traffic, confirming if there's any additional resources needed.
Ferris, Highland IC, negative, resource sufficient. We'll utilize one engine and AMR assigned to behind us.
It's a copy for this task. command frequency will be command 2. Emirates Delta response, 17 Park, 12655 Terrace Boulevard, RBC command 5.
Yeah, they're on the other side of the station. Want to check you guys in Arizona 301 over here on the
I'll talk in a sec. I'm finding the mission fire now. It's at Riverside itself. Where the heck?
Charlie response. The lodge 6720 Hacienda Avenue, apartment 115 with DHS PD on scene.
Fair, Island, I see Dr. Traffic, AMR 498 EMS version 336.
Found it. Here it is. Okay, mission fire.
Copy traffic.
Look, it's gone up a hill. There's a hill? Is that the Arc de Triomphe in the foreground? I mean, what are we looking at? Alright, so let's do a 15-minute time lapse. That'll give us more frames. Yeah, I mean, we just gotta frame by frame it. I mean, yeah, that's a fire, all right. Okay, so this is looking, let's do west. I wonder if they're saying terrain driven, it's on a hill. Okay. It's not where it looked like it was on watch duty. Okay. Okay, right there. There. Okay. It's called Beacon Way. Makes sense. It's a big hill. All right, so it's located. Okay, not where watch duty put it. So.
Engine 65, electrical hazard, lines down, Charlie response, Alessandro Boulevard, cross of Graham Street, RBC command 5, copy and acknowledge lines down.
Confirming they're going to give us an updated assessment on patient, so on GF tax flow, and then I need a jet as well.
Okay, so the icon put on watch duty was only approximate. It makes a lot more sense now that structures are threatened because it's up on the dang hill. Okay, we have confirmed with the cameras. It's up on this Beacon Way thing, not exactly on Mount Riverside, but actually over here by this Beacon Way, and there's homes all over that hill, structures at least. So of course, they're threatened. They're on the same hill. Okay. So let me get you. I'm sorry. I should be giving you guys the links to these cams so you can see the same thing. This is a mission fire cam is right here. It's Box Springs Mountain East 1. And
Of course,
do the 5 and 15-minute time lapse. Okay.
What pairs?
No, seriously.
When do we have a ETA for CHP?
Well, let me time lapse.
Well, we'll check with CHP for the ETA.
Did I just lose the ability to time lapse? Did they just change it? Oh man, that was a mistake. Okay.
13540 Hidden Valley Street, RBC command 5.
There. Okay, 5-minute time lapse. Okay, if you guys have just tuned in, we have a firefighter injury. It's unknown which fire, but I think the Highland. He has his legs burned, but he's in stable condition. They're rushing him to the intersection of the major highways by Aguanga.
Brush 1, training 38.
Let's listen.
I'm taking round up all the type 3 down there and head back out to 371 on the US 371.
Round up.
65 confirming head started.
To round up all the
5, that's affirmative.
Attack 4, training 38.
Lines down.
65 copies, lines down.
power lines are down somewhere, and they said, let's round up all the Type 3 engines.
Top strength attack 4, training 38.
40, outside fire, Bravo response, marking in road crossing at 66, everything command 10, everything attack 3.
Yeah, I'm gonna have you guys stay down there and get some control for a little bit, and I'll come back to you guys.
Updates are coming in fast. Hang on. Gotta wait till I can talk.
91 Paris.
Riverside County is ablaze.
Engine 91, initial CHP unit was diverted, sitting in ETA for the next unit.
CA training 38. Copies. Water company will be on standby for report for the damage to the water system. 91 will be available. Hey, go ahead and meet me at 371, and I believe it's some Costa at Dirt Road.
Now, what could have happened, I don't know. If they're saying round up the Type 3s and let's leave, the firefighter's injury may indicate that the situation just got out of control where they were. I don't know. Could have been an individual making a mistake, or just one little incident. I don't know. But if there was just a burnover, like if the fire just went, jumped a line, jumped over a street that they were trying to hold or something, he may have just been the last firefighter jump in the truck with legs burned as they peeled out of there. It's
65.
hard to know, but that could be why the engines are leaving that area.
65, we advise we have an additional call in the area for an electrical hazard as well on Alessandro crossing Grant. Correction, Cactus crossing Grant.
There's a electrical lines down somewhere by something in Grant. So this is the mission fire.
65 copies.
Hopefully I'll be able to do a summary in a second. We have eyes on the mission fire here. I'm going to put an updated link to the mission fire cam if you guys are sorry, my keyboard's double typing. You know how I bought another keyboard to replace the dead one? This one died too. Right after I left a good review on eBay for the seller. I got swindled. I've got another keyboard coming. Sorry this one's loud. So that's the mission fire. We got eyes on it. It's saying structures aren't threatened immediately. I don't know. That could have been structures on fire.
Outside fire, Bravo response, Lakeview Apartments, 32209 Riverside Drive, RBC Command 6.
Oh boy, there's a new outside fire. Riverside, this is a bad time to have fire in this county. The Santa Ana winds are blowing. This is a type of wind where you can have town erasing fires. We may have seen much of Aguanga been devastated already. So, but look at these dots on the hill. Like, that looks to me like that could be structures on fire. I don't know.
Go ahead and get it fired up through ECC and identify LG as well as break Paris on the Highland IC.
I hope not.
Highland IC, Paris.
Paris Highland IC. With regard to the burn patient, 30-year-old male, second, third-degree burns to left knee and facial, requesting one airship. Operations will identify LG. We go ahead.
Oh God. The injury is worse than I thought. He said 38-year-old male, second-degree burns, some facial. So it's not just his legs.
65.
LZ coordinator as of now. And no contact on CalPort.
Could,
We do have a mark. Once you like have a rock, the red Southwood article.
hey Josh, hey Batman. He's called Batman because he comes only when he's needed desperately. You got a local live streamer at the Mission Fire. Okay, it's generally people don't link to other channels or it makes everybody leave mine, but that's okay. If people need their Mission Fire info, go ahead and watch that. Come back and see us though. But I don't know that I can rebroadcast somebody else's. So unfortunately, I don't know if this is the same burn victim. Maybe a firefighter and somebody else too, because the firefighter is described as being in stable condition and having burns on the legs. And I believe from the Highland Fire, the one we've been tracking since, well, I became aware of it, 2 hours ago. Now, I don't think there's any injuries or whatnot with what we see on the screen, the Mission Fire, which is within the town of Riverside. Yes, that was the person describing the burn victim just now. He's saying, Incident Command, get in touch with me on Tactical 12 channel. We may not be able to hear that. So either it's one individual burn on the legs and a face. Or we may have more than one burn victim here. Either way, prayer is necessary. So let's look back at the Highland Fire. This is where Aguanga is. I'm sorry if I'm saying this wrong. Smitty says the Mission Fire is at 20 acres. And only 30 minutes, yeah. Standby's police are closing off Mission Boulevard Bridge. Wow. So I don't know that. I don't know that structures have not been lost because look, these bright spots.
Full number is going to be PS0650.
That bright spots in a row like that, where that's probably a road. Hey, that. But we'll figure it out as more comes in. We've got 3 fires on the cams right now. This is the Highland. That's over by Aguanga, where there's a massive response, and we've got reports of structures lost and everything. I think the golf course is over here, and this center area. Oh, let me just rewind. This is how it started today. What? Oh, yeah, here.
There's Highland IC for the airship. Contact for LZ coordinator will be RVC engine 85. Physical address will be 44450 Highway 79. Operation will be coming up shortly with the last long run rescue.
This moved fast.
Copies engine 85 as the LZ coordinator, address 44450 Highway 79.
Now at this point, I believe this is the golf course.
38 available.
I think that's the golf course visible right down here, but the camera pivots and it kind of goes behind a hill. So you can see though that it's spread immediately almost due west.
No, not really. I see lights probably half a mile off at my 3 o'clock, but way below me.
I
gotcha.
So I think the golf course is here at this point.
Engine 16, unknown medical, Bravo response, 6755 Tubley Road, RBC Command 5.
And we still have a glow currently, right now, in these areas. Now, with the Highland Fire, this is one of the later perimeter maps. I don't know why somebody's taking a picture of their own monitor. Says Crypto Arborist on Twitter or X. I've been on 2 100,000 acre wildfires that I can recall. It seriously sucks. Expect working overnight, pulling 16-hour plus shifts. Yeah. Constantly hiking while swinging a chainsaw, and yeah. He's just talking about how much it sucks to be a hotshot. So I would like to know where this image was gotten from. So let's see. There's got to be a hashtag. Highland Fire. Whoa. I can't. I'm sorry. I can't play the whole thing. That's a copyright thing, but you could see how the red glow is nuts. I think some structures have been lost. If it would just not autoplay, I think the things are okay. Okay. Warning fire trigger. Close your eyes if you don't want to see a burning structure. Yeah. Fire Photo Girl, she's got an amazing Twitter page. Says one of the many structures lost today. That looks like a trailer. So I don't know if maybe there were some losses at the golf course or other places. We're going to have to find out. So 4 hours ago, Fire Photo Girl said, I set up shop with Calamisa, fire structure protection, and the wind's definitely blowing good right now. Yeah. So, like I said, the fire will run quickly across the landscape, being wind driven like this and being able to climb up and down hills. Is that eucalyptus? I don't know. No, it looks more like pine. And already some of the dozer crews had to turn back because they could not operate in the dark. I wish we could give them some night vision. Oh no. Yeah, horses in danger. What I'm looking for is some more perimeter maps or updates. Yeah, I had no idea this was going on earlier today. God.
Operations, if you have traffic, you're completely unreadable.
Okay. I feel kind of foolish. I was reading spooky Halloween stories and stuff, but I thought this was a done deal. I didn't know it was an ongoing crisis. I had set up FEMA app alerts.
Highland operations, you're scratchy and unreadable. How do you copy Ferris with code 14?
For red flag warnings and the like, high wind, Southern California, but the FEMA app updated and it dumped all of my settings.
Operations Ferris, Mercy 5 has accepted the flight with a total ETA of 23 minutes to 3 minutes.
Stop. Okay, latest. I wish we don't autoplay. I'm going to get copyright. Okay, that's driving me insane. That's not my fault. It's doubled up on this feed. It's the ham radio operator's deal. Okay, I'm unmuting it. Okay, so to recap, this is our current evacuation map. I'm going to refresh it. So earlier today, I did try to check on California. I thought the red flag warning expired because it did for the northern half of the state that was in place yesterday. So I thought everything was hunky-dory around noon when I checked it. I'm just going to mute that for you guys. I'll unmute it if I hear something in my own headset. So unfortunately, Watch Duty hit the maximum of 24 notifications for my phone. Didn't notify me about any of this today. So sorry about that. But now we're covering it. The Highland Fire broke out sometime around, 1:30 or so? And the Santa Ana winds have driven it directly into this town, Aguanga.
Location from the RP.
what did he say? Talking about our location. I mean, we had at least one injured person, which happened 12 minutes to 15 minutes ago. We have, I think with the Highland Fire here, this big one, we have camera eyes on it, and it's still burning in this general central area on the cams. It's hard to tell because the cameras are not calibrated. It's like a big blown out white glow. But it came from the east. It was like a wind tunnel, even though most of the wind's coming in from the southeast. Because of this sort of drainage, canyon.
13, go ahead.
Station 13, no further information. Tried to attempt to call back RP, no answer.
It blew directly west into the
Do a
neighborhoods.
little bit more investigation in the park.
13, Paris, copy 2209.
So we're monitoring that. Structures have been lost, and I think a firefighter from this particular fire was just injured about 20 minutes ago. That came over on the radio that he had burns on his legs, but was in stable condition. Now we've got an update, I think, for the same firefighter, or it could be a new burn victim. I think it's the same though. That it was a 38-year-old male with second-degree burns and some facial. I believe I heard the term some facial. I'm sorry, I cannot control the
13, go ahead.
higher or lower
We
volume.
do have the RP back on the line. She's advising we're heading in the direction of the fire. We're going to try to have her step outside.
This is current. This is current Highland Fire. View from the south looking north. So you can still see it's quite active. Now, I know some structures are lost, at least.
Additionally, your RP is going to be in a white sedan or Chevy.
So, and we shut up, radio. Now,
Paris.
just gotta wait. The radio tells us what the heck's currently happening before anything else does, so gotta have that on. Okay, can I talk? So we have firefighter injury. They just said that there's a mercy flight, which is volunteer pilots stand by, and they will do free emergency flights. They'll either take surgeons and specialists where they need to go, like say burn specialists to a hospital, or they'll take the victim sometimes to hospitals. And C-Probe is involved in that organization. He's probably asleep right now and can't explain it, but I was heartened to hear that he's getting a mercy flight and or maybe a physician is. So Josh says the mission fire, which is a new one that just broke out about say 40 minutes ago, is supposed to be on Mount Rubidoux. It is on watch duty. However, when I looked at this camera here, we show on the map, it did not look like Mount Rubidoux. In fact, you follow its beam that way to where there it is. See how there is a different
Paris, it is 65 is available.
65 and up to available as well.
topo. Where did I just get that from? Imagery, street map. Shoot. Which map was I on, guys?
Engine 71 Falls, Public Assist, Alpha Response, 272 Serena Drive, RBC Command 12.
Public assist, okay. Sometimes that's cat in a tree, kind of firefighter calls. Okay, so what I was looking at, which map was I on? Starting to get fatigued here. Yeah, here. There's a second mound, like this is how it looks on the street map. I had noticed that the fire pin for Watch Studio is not in the exact same spot. So there's a second mound, and it's got a different little area, and it's got homes right on it. So this is a different cam, a different view. Or is it it's a still photo, okay. Yikes. So that's the mission fire. Make a fool out of me. I swear there is a... Where'd it go here? Yeah, there is a second mound right next to Mount Rubidoux. But heck, I'm not following it that closely. I'm mostly trying to figure out what's still going on with the Highland Fire. So, yeah, where was that map that I just showed? And we still do have some aircraft, surprisingly, working around the Highland Fire area and circling around and getting perimeters and whatnot. So, I want to get a perimeter map going later. But, I don't know, it could be Rubidoux, but I'm
sitting at the,
Ow, God, my eyes. Okay, I'm going to turn that way down for you guys. I'm sorry. I can't control the volume fluctuations. That's the ham radio thing. Can't do it. I must have accidentally closed the map where I was like, aha, I see where that is now. And going back, it may be in the park, but I don't know it's on that exact same mountain. There seems to be a separate mound right next to it. So if I go to...
Is 3164 outside fire, Bravo response at Saddle Rock Park, 6598, 20th Street, or Man 5.
Oh, great, there's a new fire. 359, timestamp 25. She'll repeat herself, I hope. This is why I have to have this stupid radio on. Okay, so Riverside.
It's going to be a false alarm. It's going to be a store-bought fire pit with a Sparker restaurant on top. Engine 13's available.
Okay, the Santana winds are blowing.
Engine 13, Paris copy, Soybean 15, break, flashing RBC Command 4, readvise your traffic, you're covered by RBC Command 6.
Okay, don't light a cigarette, let alone a freaking outdoor fire pit thing. I mean, seriously, you can make s'mores in your microwave, okay? They even come out better. The trick is that you put it on high, but you put the graham cracker on the bottom, then you put 2 of the Hershey bar slices, you know what I mean? Then you put the marshmallow on top. Don't try to put the top part of the graham cracker on yet. Now, just watch, put it in the center of the microwave, put it on for 30 seconds, but at about 4 to 8, you're going to see the marshmallow swell up. As soon as it gets to the right appropriate size, boom, cut the power. Then you act swiftly, take the other graham cracker, and then you squish it. Perfect. You don't want it singed. That's carcinogenic. You don't really want to do it over the campfire anymore. But I'm saying, there's no reason to have an outdoor burn pit right now. It's the Santana winds are blowing. Don't light a cigarette. Don't even fart. Okay, right here. This little mound is what I'm talking about right here. This is what appeared to be on fire. This thing. North of Buena Vista Avenue. That's what I'm talking about, Josh. They're trying to keep it out of the riverbed. Yeah. Now, fire activity. Let's see, all satellites. We don't have a heat detection yet for this Riverside fire, the mission fire inside of Riverside. You see how there's 2 mounds, and one of which has structures on it. So when I lined up the actual canyon, the actual
Engine 49, Paris.
beam of this camera. I thought it was the other mount, but I could be incorrect. Let's try to figure this out. Let's go to a 5-minute time lapse, whatever. That's better if it's on Rubidoux because there aren't any structures on it that I can tell. The other one's full of houses. So this building is like the Arc de Triomphe. Bit interesting. You see how it has a very specific narrow laser beam, but it does show both slopes. See, like the Beacon Hill and Rubidoux. So we look at it. Yeah, okay, you're right. It's a Rubidoux then. But it's so hard to line this up. It looks more like it's directly looking at Beacon. You see what I mean? But this is a big black mountain without structures, and so yeah, that could be Rubidoux. I mean, you would think if that alignment was correct, that you'd see the other mound right here to the right. Maybe it is Rubidoux. It really could be. So yeah, thanks for the updates, Josh. I think you are right. I think that is Rubidoux. Looking at the bigness, the big blackness here of the shadow, something without homes on it makes more sense. And that's good because I thought, man, this might just be homes on fire right there. So let's back. And what could be on fire then? What kind of vegetation stuff is up there? Very rocky. I guess there are just individual like trees and stuff that is, yeah, there's homes to base. It would be this section burning. And what I thought was that it's Beacon over here. But I'm sure you'd be hearing about structures loss, blah, blah, blah already. Okay. It could just be the individual trees torching. It just doesn't look like there's much to burn on it. You know what I'm saying? Then again, who knows how old this imagery is. Okay, so
73. Engine 3, breathing problem, self response. Sycamore Terrace, apartment 417.
okay, I'm going to try to mute that. That's just a breathing problem like an asthma attack. So there's a third fire that is on the cams, but I'm not sure if it's a threat to anything. This is the Bell Mountain North Cam. And as you can see, for 6 hours ago, okay, I was just continuing to listen to radio. I muted it for you guys. This may be okay. This is in the Santa Ana proper, like the hills. Now, Watch Duty lists it as sort of like a prescribed burn, but it's not. They lit a backfire trying to stop the progress of this one. And so this is our current view of it. If you go back to Watch Duty, that one's called the Canyon Fire. It's southeast of San Clemente, Camp Pendleton. So apparently at Camp Pendleton, they lit a backfire to try to stop the progress on a day with Santa Ana winds. That's all kinds of desperate. They said Camp Pendleton Fire Department is conducting firing ops to stop the spread of a veggie fire in the area. It's been burning for the past 4 hours. That was 6 hours ago. So most of the day. Now, we can hope that's going all right. It's in the middle of nowhere on a military base, which has frequent fires. So, let's hope it just, whoa, okay. Is that Serra Luna? It says realtor, though. What? That's Sarah, all right. Right? Hang on, radio. It's hectic. I can't make this out. I apologize. I'm struggling to adjust volume for you guys. So it's not horrible. Hoseley towards Ridgeline. It's very important. Oh, I can't make it out. It. Trying to figure out if that's our.
Person, Delta response 27662, Auburn Lane, man 5.
Is that our Sarah Luna? Maybe not.
26
So confused.
26 confirming that call was for engine 76 on Old Town Front Street, not 26.
Okay.
76 Delta, that's correct. And engine 26 Delta affirmative call was 476. They are off.
Okay, fire.
Engine 26, copy.
That's it. I'm muting that for you guys. Fire photo girl said an hour ago that most of the active Highland Fire is north of the RV park right now. And she had to get gas and find something to eat, so she'll be out of the area for a bit. Wind could kick back up in the early AM hours, making it even more difficult to try and make any headway on the fire overnight. Highway 371 has what? Has so many areas with flare-ups and homes there still in danger as well, but it did not seem as active like earlier in the day. Well, good. Well, daytime, the sun's rays actually, well, and the heat of the day contribute to fire intensity. So, yeah. But that just means that if it's still going tomorrow, you want to get fires under control by noon the next day, or at least forward progress stopped. If you don't, it's going to be a long haul. That's the best chance for things. So Waddell Kanzaya, excuse me, says Robidoux has lots of farms in the area and grass and brush and some trees and some horses. Boy. Josh says there's live feed filming from Carlson Park looking southwest. Okay. Okay, I believe you now. It's on Robidoux. That's good. That mountain there. And how did you find us, Waddell? Have you been here before? Suffering long COVID. It's harder to remember people off the top of my head until I have a memory prompt. So I totally apologize to anybody who's like, I was here for months last year and you don't remember me. I do when I am reminded. And then people have been changing their names. It's been very hard to keep track of everybody. So yeah, there's definitely follow Fire Photo Girl on Twitter. I am at K Wildfires on Twitter. I am at K Wildfires on Twitter. So, and
Station 96.
okay, an engine is really returning from some incident. Yeah, watch duty satellite thermal spots are quite behind. They're Modus and Veers, they're not. unintelligible radio stuff. All right, friends, if you just tuned in, thank you everybody who has donated. We want to be ad-free forever. I do not want to be hawking cereal and VPNs in the middle of a damn crisis. So even $1 makes a difference today. The PayPal link is the pinned comment is PayPal. They don't really take much of a cut, but YouTube or Super Chat takes 30%.
Bridge 1 on tax.
Let's listen back to Highland Command or Ops. Turning the radio back on. I do that when we can actually understand something. So what I was trying to say, though, if you use CalTopo, you can always ask me how CalTopo works. I'll always explain. GOES satellite detections, I have all on right now. But if you go to GOES detections, it's up to the minute. Like that was 6 minutes ago that the satellite passed over. Now, giant margin of error, though. Each square is a margin of error. Somewhere in the square is the heat. So we don't see red right now, meaning it could be dying down in intensity.
76, sick person, alpha response at West 29914 Antelope Road, room 3.
Okay, I'm just muting for privacy that somebody's sick. I have not been able to separate EMT from fire as we usually can. All right, so we did have some. If you change to the other more pinpointy satellites, we did have for Motus and Veers some heat detections at that golf course. I don't know if they lost any structures there, but the main battle seems to be occurring up here. This neighborhood. It's kind of a death trap, kind of a one-way out street. Developers should be shot who do this kind of thing. I mean, shot with a paintball gun, because I can't, espouse violence online. Shot with a paintball gun. But really, you're endangering people when you have a one-way out and dozens of homes. What is that, 100 or more? On a slope in flashy fuel territory with no fire shelter, and there's one way out and everybody's supposed to leave at once? Yeah, the county should not approve of this kind of crap either, but here we are. So this area probably got devastated. Now, the Cottonwood area, I have not yet seen a heat detection there. Doesn't mean, let's verify that. Has it moved?
Highland operations.
Yeah, I have not seen it here yet. I am pleasantly surprised.
Highland operations, sir.
Oh, Highland operations. Listen.
Can you confirm with Mercier if Mercier 5 has aborted the mission due to high winds?
Oh.
Highland operations, sir. Copies. We'll check back with Mercy after they didn't advise any delays for the flight.
Okay, so there's a burned firefighter.
Yeah, I copy.
2331.
Good, Josh. Yeah. Fingers crossed. The winds are dying down. So there's a burned firefighter.
35 There, 3164, search the area and around the park. ETO, unless you have anything further.
Go for dozer 3345 on TAC 12.
Additionally, you can see good smoke from that location.
Way back to the ridge at Puff Circle and going to work downhill towards the other dozers.
Cameron, wait.
Okay, yeah, I left that.
There's 3 people talking over each other. This is a live look, 30-minute time lapse of the Highland Fire. And when they're talking about dozers, this is what fire they're talking about. And each of the three people just spoke over each other. I was really hoping this ham radio operator could split tactical channels completely from EMS, but
Highland Operations Spirit.
the poor firefighter has not been picked up yet by the Mercy flight, and they were inquiring, like, what's the delay? Has it been canceled for high winds or something? And so dispatch is trying to find out.
Highland Operations.
This is current.
Highland Operations Period. Mercy 5 is now advised that they have to abort due to the wind. They advised that the closest location that they could get to is Inland Valley Hospital in Wildomar area. Confirm me if you'd like them to continue or to start another resource.
Stand by.
Yeah, they aborted the mission.
68, you can now cancel your response 2334.
All right, let's check wind.
8 to 16, you now cancel your response 2334.
Cancel.
Now ping.
Overdose intentional, highly response, California Regional.
Operations.
500 5th Street, access Tower 1 at Valleyport, Arboretum 5.
Hold up.
Affirmative on Mercy 5's request. The ground ambulance will meet them at Inland Valley Hospital for air transport.
Great. Okay. So they're gonna transport the burned firefighter by.
Highland Operations Period copies, advising Mercy to meet at Inland Valley to transport the patient from there.
Great. So it sounds like the burned firefighter may be going to a specialist hospital thanks to volunteer pilots that do Mercy flights. And I wish C-Probe was awake here to explain that. He's one of the volunteer pilots that does that. They're just regular people on standby, ready to either transport victims or doctors to, specialist doctors to different hospitals for emergencies like this, or the victims' families. And so some of them are called angel flights, some of them are called mercy flights. I believe that the one that C-Probe's involved with is called angel flight, but I think mercy is very similar, but I'd have to look it up. But thank goodness they could not get directly to the firefighter. They said they couldn't, but they say meet us at a certain hospital and they will transport him from there. Just keep him in our thoughts and prayers. It's second-degree burns around the legs and perhaps the face. So I don't know any other circumstances beyond that, but at the same time they said let's round up the Type 3 units, and they may have just pulled out of a dangerous situation where I don't know if it was a burnover or not of the units or what the circumstance was. But sometimes they all just have to jump in a truck and peel out of there, and the last person in gets burned. So we'll just keep them in our thoughts and prayers. Our heroes are really risking their lives. These kind of Santa Ana winds are the times when these are blowing, when you can lose entire towns in a 24-hour period, or multiple towns. Santa Anas are the worst of the worst winds. This seems like a pretty mild Santa Ana event, but that's like saying a hurricane is mild. So right now, down here, this is where the Highland Fire is. You can see Radek. I don't know, you can't. I wish the words stayed big. They don't scale correctly, but well. That says Radek right there. And this is where Aguanga, I keep saying that wrong, I'm sure, where 371 meets 79. This is where the firefighter was waiting at the crossroads, but the Mercy flight couldn't get to him, presumably a helicopter. But he's going to a nearby hospital. So, like I said, The fire is way bigger than these spots.
Highland Operations Paris.
Let's listen.
Marysville for operation.
Up on
5 copies. Rerouting to Inland Valley with an 11-minute ETA, 1 minute.
Yeah, so he should be
12.
there.
I think this fire's burned past up circle.
I cannot.
We're gonna look and see if there's any way to engage with past that and make our way down, but yeah, up circle I think is not 50 feet out. Can you see the fire from where you're at?
Okay, I'll talk in a second. The winds are still going though, but they may have died down a little bit. Now,
A firm. We might just post up on top up here to make sure that it doesn't have the spot that we're on Raposa. 3341 on Jacksonville. Let's try and open this bridge up a little bit. To get ahead of it coming this way, at least we can stop it from jumping.
hey, they're trying to stop the fire on a ridge somewhere. They said that's what they're attempting, but they're not explaining which ridge. This is what gets me about, like, most weather apps just parrot repeating the forecast. Look what it's saying about this place that just got devastated by fire. The rest of today, skies are clear. Low temperature of 55, winds 7 to 15 miles from the southeast, changing to 22 miles per hour from the east-southeast. Upcoming, skies clear, becoming mostly clear. High temperature of 75.
Highland Operations.
Like, mention the Santa
Highland
Ana.
Operations Paris.
We're at wind speeds clocked today
Now
at
we
like,
can check with Mercy and see if Mercy 5 would agree to landing at Temecula Valley for patient transportation.
oh dear.
Highland Operations Paris copies. Checking with Mercy 5 to reroute to Temecula Valley Hospital.
Okay.
Affirmative.
All right, so I think they want Mercy Flight to go even closer. The firefighter was described as in stable condition earlier, but it must be absolutely awful. Looks like they're going to try to meet closer at Temecula Valley. So, but here's what gets me about weather forecast. If I was going to check the weather forecast for this place today that just got completely devastated, well, bulldozed by fire, these are the most mild weather forecasts ever. 22 mile per hour winds from the east southeast. Today wasn't the wind clocked at about 90 somewhere by Banning or something. Like, there should be these huge warnings as the Santa Ana winds are blowing. Do not light fires. Make sure any campfires or fires in your backyard or whatever are extinguished with water this morning. Stay extremely vigilant. Report all smoke columns. Like, that's the kind of thing.
Operations Paris.
Humidity is 10%.
Highland Operations.
10%.
Highland Operations Paris. Mercy 5 has accepted to reroute to Temecula Valley Hospital. New ETA is 5 minutes, 05 minutes.
Paris. Highland Operations, I copy AMR's.
That's why we need people like Holt Hanley.
Highland Operations Paris copies.
Oh, hey, David. How are you? Yes, good to see you as well. And yes, I wish it was under different circumstances. People keep calling me the harbinger of doom. Ugh. Hey, I didn't cause things. I respond to things, man. But when people see that I'm live, they associate me with a disaster happening. What can you do? So, yeah, what else is, you listen quite often during the season? Yeah, I'm sorry. I recognize you, but I can't. I almost died, last October. I started having extremely I don't want to say like I was in critical condition. I don't mean it like that. The last October, my kidneys went bad. I don't know how else to say that. And I had severe symptoms for months. Did not really leave the house or get out of bed much until March, from October to March. I barely remember October to March last year, except when my brother died 2 days before Christmas. It was a winter of discontent, and it really wreaked havoc. We don't know what happened. Had exploratory surgery and all kinds of tests, but I had incompetent doctors, so they had this theory that a virus was attacking my kidneys. Could have been COVID, maybe not. But they didn't ever test me for a virus. They were just like, oh, all we have to do is figure out that it's not cancer. I'm like, no, you have to tell me what the hell's going on, please. You have to actually find out what's going on with me. And they were like, we do? So I went in low oxygen for a long time. And oh my gosh. Let's look live at the situation. I'm sorry. We could be getting a little bit of the dying down of the winds, but look at them. They're still pretty significant. I don't think there's much dying down of the wind. It just maybe the fire's running out of fuel in spots. Maybe they're holding it. I know they're holding it in some spots. They didn't specify. So with these light flashy fuels, they usually don't last the whole day. They're not like a forest fire where it burns day after day after day after day in the same spot. Light flashy means extremely hot, extremely fast. Open mic. Okay, that ruined my snap that I was going to do. Burns real fast, burns real hot, then done. The next morning, wherever the fire's been should just be some hot black ash for the most part, with some smoldering trees and down trees in some spaces. So that's the good thing about this, the nature of these fires in this kind of terrain in Southern California in general. They're over soon, but my God, do they need a robust, extremely swift response. In fact, the only way to really contain things like this or prevent devastation is to prepare ahead of time for them. And just man your stations, like have fire access roads ready, have water tanks all over the landscape. Don't try to prepare for the fire after it's begun. It's can't build the city walls after the Huns are on the horizon. But the counties are either unwilling or too stupid to understand that. The way that they've allowed some of these developments to go sounds like stupidity, greed. Give the developers what they want. And developers would rather have one road out of a place, make a death trap, because that means they could put more houses there instead of more road. That just should not be allowed. And then you have firefighters rushing to places where the fire is not to escort people to safety because it takes them so long to evacuate. Well, if people could evacuate quicker on their own, firefighters could just go where the fire is and try to stop it. But you need fire breaks, access roads, you need vegetation thinned out before the worst season of fire for California, which is October and November. Santa Ana wind season goes October through January. Now remember, Oakland firestorm in October. Cascade Fire in Santa Rosa burning down October 10th, 2017. The next year, Paradise burns down November 8th. We're still in California's worst fire season. It's not over. Nobody should drop their guard. It is right now with the Santa Ana and the Diablo winds in October and November that the worst can happen for California. Right now should be the burn bans and things, and people should heed them. And nobody should be stupid enough to have any sort of open flame going on during a Santa Ana forecast. And they need to educate the public much more about this. The old schoolers, the old residents of California, we all knew this. Like in my grandmother's time, not too much of this happened because, well, power lines were also new back then and not rickety and falling down. But everybody needs to be on board. The power companies need to be on board with shut-offs at a moment's notice, or just preventative shut-offs in the area where they have kind of rickety lines and where the highest winds blow. What happened, Wildcat said? Yeah, lack of funding. Some of it's lack of willpower, though. Some of it's just lack of willpower. Hey, Abu, the artist formerly known as Derek. How's England right now? It's pretty soggy in the Pacific Northwest right now, even though we're technically in a drought. We're just behind on our rainfall, but we got misty, overcast conditions over by Portland right now. But California, Southern California, is experiencing the Santa Anas, the hot, dry winds from the Nevada desert. And we just had, unfortunately, large neighborhoods destroyed, or a large part of the town of Aguanga. I don't know that I'm saying that correctly. So. This is the town on fire right now, in front of us. I'll do the time lapse, the 12-hour time lapse. But it's hard to gauge the situation. They should let a lot of the vegetation just burn so that there's less of it later. Because, like I said, Santa Ana winds can blow from October to January. But why is October and November the worst 2 months for California to have fires? The deadliest months, the town erasing months. That's because, screw you, radio, sorry, I had to mute that. That's because the rains of November and the snows of November have not happened yet. If if that stupid PG&E power line had broken down a couple of weeks later, Paradise probably would still be there. There would have been the soaking rains in November, which sometimes don't even occur in California. California gets most of its, let's go back to the 12-hour time lapse. There's 3 fires to watch right now. This is the main one, the Highland Fire. California gets most of its water through snowfall and snowmelt. That's why it has tons of reservoirs to capture the snowmelt and keep it for the rest of the year. And there's a difficult dance where if they let too much of the water out of the reservoir, then they have very low lake levels, like you see the horrible drought lake levels. If they don't let enough water out of the reservoirs and there's heavier snowpacks into late May, and then the rains of spring happen, the atmospheric rivers, the Pineapple Express, huge amounts of water on top of huge amounts of snow is what causes the massive flooding. And then they just have to open all the spillways of all of the dams. Otherwise, the dams will collapse. They have no choice. So they're always playing magician. They're always playing telepath, Swami, whatever, trying to anticipate what kind of year we're going to have. But El Nino tends to be a flood year. But El Nino can also be a major fire year for October and November. People don't remember that right after Paradise burned down, a couple of weeks later was torrential rain. That's when I arrived. I tried to make it to Paradise, and the mudslides prevented me from filming it. I got as close as Cherokee in the Orville area, and then they closed all the roads to Paradise, and that prevented them from continuing the search for bodies. At that point, probably the rest of the remains they had not recovered yet washed away because it was just teeth at that point. So we will never know how many people died at Paradise. But the point is, you can have a late Indian summer and hot, dry weather and Santa Ana winds that blow and erase towns Sorry, I'm still listening to. I'm going to turn down the radio on my headset. They're still trying to figure out how to transport the injured firefighter. So we've had a firefighter severely burned down here. They're trying to get him a helicopter ride. So, like I said, El Nino is a wild card thing. It just means severe mayhem in the weather. You got three options. Either it's going to be especially hot and dry with an Indian summer, a late summer, and California's plunged into drought because it misses out on most of the snowpack and/or November rains. Or you can have a completely, utterly wet autumn, utterly wet and heavy snowpack winter, and a flood year. Or you can have the double whammy, like in 2018, where you have the Indian summer thing and you have towns erased by Santa Ana wind events in late October, mid October through early October through mid November, and then also have floods, heavy snowpacks and floods. So take your pick. Right now, it looks like we have the Indian summer thing, hotter and drier than usual. October, due to, well, El Nino. I have a feeling it'll be a double whammy year with floods too, but I hope I'm wrong. But this is the way California is. California, people think it is a place of normal weather and expect normal weather. No, California is a place of extremes. Extreme weather is the norm. It'll cycle between ravishing flood years and extreme drought, back and forth, back and forth. And most of California weather is determined by the El Nino and La Nina cycle. When we're not in El Nino and La Nina, that's when you get the more normal years. When the years have average this or that. But don't expect California to be a place of normal weather. That's ridiculous. The geography prevents that. But every year, it has nothing to do with global warming, El Nino or La Nina. Every single year, October through January, is the Diablo wind and Santa Ana wind season. Californians just have to get lucky. If you get lucky, if you get some wet October days, which can help mitigate the effects of any Santa Anas that pop up, or maybe you don't get any Santa Ana or Diablo winds in October or early November. That's the luckiest outcome every year. Well, we just ran out of luck for Southern California. Here we are. Got the Santa Anas and open flame happened. Don't know why today, but it started in the hills east of what the devastation we're looking at right now. And you saw it drift west. There's still pretty bad wind going on right now. I'm listening to the radio.
We were cleared from the Highland incident. Hanging for clear for 85.
Okay, some of the firefighters are just clocking off from a very long day. They're just saying they're cleared from incident, blah, blah, blah. Now, unfortunately, due to the bad road conditions and not being able to see in the dark, a lot of the dozer crews were not able to deploy like they wanted. However, looking at this, like this is the 12-hour time lapse, there's a little bright spot of hope here. Neither on the satellite nor here in the camera. You can't see everything. We don't see any spread. We're not seeing the fire travel and move. We do see still high winds, see? We'll look at the left side of the screen where the fire wants to go. It's not going. So they're holding it here. Wherever that is on the screen, that's holding. If we're reporting holding, that's great. So there's a third fire, a new fire while we were covering this broke out in let's go look at it again. Actually, I'm sorry, I should bounce back and forth between it. This is a live view in Riverside, the town itself. I mean, we're in Riverside County, but in the town itself, that's Mount Rovidale, I guess. Looks like it's dying down. Either that or it's behind the hill and we can't see it. This is the mission fire. You have to go to bed? Okay, Wildcat, that's what happened. So I hope that's a good summary for you guys. This is looking better. Sorry, there's massive sounds in my ear. Either that or the fire's just on the other side of the hill. But it's very rocky. I wouldn't imagine there's a lot of fuel here. But it is the town of Riverside proper right there. Next to the river. Here you can see Mount Rubidoux Park here. I thought it was on Beacon, where there's a lot of housing, but thank goodness it's on the park over here. Unknown why this fire started either, but it climbed the mountain, and either there's not much of it going on, or it's over on this side where we can't see at the moment. So hopefully they don't lose structures over there. David Dillion says lots of places to establish anchor points and prepare for defense. Yeah, it's wine country. The advantage of firefighters, lots of roads in and around the city, and urban wildland areas. You mean Riverside is the wine country? I can't imagine wine being grown by Aguanga. Or are they doing massive irrigation? I mean, it looked like in this area it's pretty far away from each other, like they were doing greenhouse operations. But you see how? I mean, I could see that this might be a winery, a terrace or something, but I don't know. I just can't picture it. It's just looks significantly more dry than saying Napa. But I could be wrong. I don't know anything about wine. I know Oregon wine is pretty good because it's the 45th parallel, same as the best wines of France. This is just quite sad. They were powerless to stop it, even though the wind was mostly coming up from the southeast, which is like here. The reason it went due, west is because if you look at these canyons, they're pointing basically to the west, and so wind follows canyons and is accelerated by canyon, like sticking your little finger through the garden hose and intensifying the beam. And then once it got out here to the flatland, you can even see the smoke going towards the northwest, like that. Because through here is where a lot of the wind was blowing, which is the prevailing wind direction. But this town was looking down the barrel of a gun from this canyon right here. So people realized that the fire will follow the drainages. Identify your own community or your own neighborhood as being pretty vulnerable if you've got drainages pointed right at it. And if you're lower, especially if the drainages are higher, wind will go down the canyon like accelerate like a blowtorch. It'll push the fire. If your community is at the base and you have multiple drainages looking at your community, it's like cocked barrels of shotgun for your community. You should be very aware that fire erupting from those locations is going to bear down on your place fast. That's what happened in Greenville, for example, and so many other places. So Aguanga was looking down a barrel of a gun from multiple angles. It's an intersection of three basic, let's see if I can show you the topography. It's a strategic crossroads kind of town. The major canyon road here that goes to the northwest, but it intersects. Okay, you couldn't hear that. Dispatch just said, Engine 55, you can cancel your response. Fire report turned out to be a candle. Who reports a candle? Okay, maybe I'll, if it was outdoors, I would actually. I would be beating down my neighbor's door like, you idiot. I'd go totally Ren and Stimpy on him. Okay, but Aguanga here, the fire started right around this area, but you can see the contours of the canyons pointing at it. Why the wind would snake right here, boom, and rush the fire to the west. When the prevailing winds, you would think, would just push it northwest. That way. Well, it followed the canyon. That's here's another barrel of a gun here. Here's where the winds are coming up, prevailing, pointing at the town as well. The fire didn't come this way, but if any fire had erupted in this canyon, the same result would have happened. If Santa Ana's had been blowing from north to south, then you have another barrel of a gun with this canyon looking at the community as well. So it's an especially vulnerable one. And the reason I'm talking about this is so you can identify the vulnerability of your own neighborhood or community. There are, even within the same town, there are better and worse places to live by far. You should look at the global imagery and see about your neighborhood. Like, do I live in a death trap? If you live right here, the answer is yes. There's one way out, one paved road out for how many of these dwellings? And so many pinch points where everybody will just get stuck. This is the kind of place that should not be allowed to be built. And it's up on hills, and fire will just race up hills to protect this plateau-like neighborhood. There needs to be like a city wall, like a dirt strip to stop fires from going up hills. In fact, maybe several, like in a terrace. And then there needs to be some massive, like artillery-like, ready-to-man water cannons. So that if fire is racing up the hill, you can take freaking care of it. Instead of evacuating, you probably should man your station as a volunteer and keep it out of your damn neighborhood until the pros arrive. Like, there should be citizens drilled and trained in this. Volunteer firefighters that would man their stations. I do like the ponds. Are these ponds? At least some of the people would survive by getting into ponds. I don't know if this neighborhood has been devastated or not. It may have been. If you look, I'm sorry if somebody lives here and they're like, you dick, you're describing my neighborhood, it just burned down. I'm sorry. But I need to educate the public about this is a terrible place to live as far as fire survival and expecting your house to not burn down one day. The county needs to not approve anything like this. This is a traffic jam nightmare. Anything like this ever made, like say you can't put more than one way out on a weird hill, needs to have fire evacuation shelters in the neighborhood so that people don't have to evacuate. They just walk into, say, the equivalent of like a mine, like a artificial mine, like a big culvert pushed back into a hill like a mine, several hundred feet back into the hill, and people can just walk into it and shelter in place. But there's no way to evacuate that at a moment's notice and not have a massive traffic jam. So if you look at different communities, some are way better, way more defensible than others. Be by the main roads on the flatlands if you can. I would say that the golf course is an awesome place to be because that's where firefighters stayed. You got so much green around here. Embers falling on the green are not going to catch anything, but the embers falling on the rooftops might, and they're too close together. Developers should not be allowed to do this. If you space out the houses, they would lose half of their profit because we have the amount of homes. But come on, we can't have the majority of cities burning down, expect some sort of economic recovery, that you cannot set up firefighters to always fail and then expect good results and just FEMA to bail you out. Like, the country will break under so many disasters, which are so foreseeable. Like, if you're gonna live in fire country like this, you better, developers, counties, and everything, set up people for success best they can. It's all very difficult to live out here and not be destroyed. Now, let me look back at. Okay, that's just somebody fell. I'm still listening to the radio. David Dillion says Glen Oak Hills is just northwest of Sage and the Golden Eagle Roads, which is the western boundary of evacuation orders per watch duty. Yeah. Smitty, yes, I was looking forward to some scary stories. I started telling some. I told one in the beginning. When I was about to, I had just begun. Is quite a doozy. So, yeah, I told a story of Ellis Lake in Marysville where I kept snagging my fishing pole as a child. Kept snagging my fishing pole on something when I was catching the bluegill out of Ellis Lake. And I even wanted to, I was so frustrated, I wanted to retrieve my lures and my fish hooks. You know, I'm like 5, you know. Later, we fished there again. I was like 8 or 9. And what I was pestering my, this is a live view. I was pestering my parents. So far, so good here, guys. So good. But we have winds forecasted for tomorrow. Let's see when they expire, actually, before I go on about my story. So the FEMA app has been pretty good. Wind advisory. Okay. But let me go with one of the good NOAA weather apps for Android. Where's N? It is for NOAA. NOAA. There's several that are bad, one of which is good. Oh, wait, LMNOP. NOAA weather, the one with the cloud and the sun icon. Network error. No wonder I wasn't getting red flag updates. Ah, okay, it looks like the app broke again. I'm a beta tester. This is why I didn't know about this today. Towns are burning down today. I didn't know about it because more than one of my apps failed today. What are the odds? Okay. Yep, there's an update to fix the network error when retrieving forecast. Upgrading response to code 30. That sounded like a Highland Fire guy. I'm sorry. Code 3 is ambulances racing with sirens and lights. Who is Code 3? I don't know if it's the firefighter burn victim. He's got second-degree burns over a great portion of his body, it sounds like. Okay, it now works. Wow, okay. So let's search and check the wind forecast, see if a red flag. Let's go to live views. This should update the frame every 1 minute or so. To Aguanga, I may be saying that wrong. Aguanga. Does anybody know how to say this? Wind advisory. We mean advisory. It should be a warning. Wind advisory remains in effect until 8 p.m. Tuesday. The high wind warning has expired. Why? What? Northeast winds 15 to 25 miles an hour with gusts to 50. Where? San Bernardino and Riverside County valleys. The mountains by Banning, etc. Through 8 p.m. tomorrow. Impacts. Gusty winds could blow down unsecured objects. Tree limbs could be blown down. See, I don't like this. This is straight up NOAA weather, National Oceanic Atmospheric Administration. It should be labeling so people react with fear, the appropriate level of fear. These are Santa Ana winds. These are the town erasing. Any open flame caught by these winds could race across the landscape and erase not one town, but multiple towns. We have 10% humidity. They should just put a warning label. Any wildfires that should become established today. May cause ruinous devastation, mass ruinous devastation, or something to that effect. This is like the forecast for Tennessee or something. You know, it's just like it does not in any way get across the gravity of the situation. Santa Anas are pretty rare when they happen. Boom. So let's go to a 15-minute time lapse. My voice is failing. Okay, I like what I see. This has died down. Now, it doesn't mean the wind necessarily has. It could be that they've trapped it on roads and it's just consuming all of its fuel. These won't be long-term fires, anything in the south like this. The fuel just doesn't burn for anything more than a day or two, unless it's some of the occasional bigger tree or like a pile of dead trees. So all you have to do is just stop it from moving around and then boom, let it burn itself out.
Hey, if you're closer, I can come into Carlson Dog Park. It's close for you.
They're rendezvousing at a dog park, some of the night shift firefighters. We may have some firefighters today may have cheated death. I mean, I assume a firefighter with second-degree burns is going to make it. He was described as stable, but that's a long battle with infection. He could still die. But we have to remember this is extremely serious. So, yeah, David. Okay, back to what you were saying. Looking forward to scary stories. I was looking forward to the day off and just being able to tell you scary stories. Now, remember, there's a third fire at Camp Pendleton that they even lit a backfire today during Santa Ana wind forecast. That's all kinds of desperate. Let's check on it. Here it is live with one of the cams. It's at Camp Pendleton, which is prone to having fires. It's still going. And it's down here, just southeast of San Clemente, in the San Margarita Mountains. This is all Camp Pendleton military Marine Corps base. And the fire, I think, is here, peeking over the ridge. I can see why they tried to stop it, because is that the main part of the base right there? That'd be scary. The goal of the Santa Ana winds is to reach the ocean at this strip, kind of in between Oceanside and Laguna Beach, or Long Beach, really. But Santa Ana itself is kind of in between. Mostly, this wind pours out of the hot, dry wind, pours out in the Nevada desert, pushed by the jet stream, and there's very few places.
There's Quinn 97. Small bag of trash on fire. Show the fire state. Quinn 97 available. Quinn 87, first copy, midnight 17.
The wind wants to leave the California Valley because more and more wind is coming, pushing it out. So it gathers up speed and it wants to go to the ocean. There's only two main places. This is a bad map to be explaining this. There's only two places really where it can just boom reach the sea. Little gaps in the coast range. So one of which is by, well, Santa Ana. And the other is Mount Diablo by San Francisco Bay. San Francisco Bay, when the winds go past Mount Diablo, they're called Diablo winds, but they're essentially the same thing. Just the ones affecting the north.
Engine 25, Hemorrhage, Bravo, response, Country Lake Mobile Home Park, 21100 State Street, space 166, RBC Command 8.
Now this is a different angle of the Camp Pendleton fire at Camp Pendleton, I believe. It's not in focus.
There's Engine 83.
Engine 83, Church.
You can see the massive wind
From
gusts.
the Highland Division, route 283.
Sorry, can't control the volume of that.
Copy, midnight 19.
It's a different look. If it's looking southeast like that, then yeah, the winds are going to the ocean.
Super.
Pair 72 then.
This 72, would you like air bar to upgrade code 3 or remain code 2?
Affirm, they can upgrade ALS.
I'm not sure which emergency they're talking about. Which victim needs a code 3?
Sorry, stop. Goodbye, say one.
There's a radio tower there. So this is, I guess, how it started earlier today. You know, maybe it's not that crazy to light up backfire on a Santa Ana wind day because you're going to have consistency with the wind. It's got to try to push to the ocean. So if you burn the vegetation ahead of the fire, as long as it doesn't change direction and you can predict what it'll do, maybe it's a good idea. I don't know if this is threatening the military base, but it kind of looks like it. Oh. Oh, God. Whoa, the flames are right up by the radio tower. Look.
Engine 3174, engine 47, breathing problems, primary response 994,
Whoa.
Way, RBC Command 5.
That's just a regular breathing problem call. Let's look at the last 5 minutes. Is it burning up the radio towers? Do we have a burnover in progress? It's possible. Do we have a camera on it? I don't think so. I can't imagine the government wanting too many cameras that China could see too at our military bases. But it could be burning over the Horno Hill or wherever the towers are right here. Let's see. Different. I thought the fire was in two places. I thought it was over here. Did they light one up here on purpose? Wait a second. That's it. We're using power of Caltopo. Some ain't right. Back shaded relief. I'm gonna declare tentatively the Highland Fire as a stable situation, at least as stable as it's gonna get tonight. If people need to sleep and you're local, get your rest. Tomorrow by noon, I would expect, by the time the sun shines, we could have a more serious situation with the fire flaring back up. That's Tijuana, yeah. So, Oceanside, yeah, San Clemente, okay. Let's see. Don't watch cams all night and then be too exhausted the next day when you leave. Should be fresh. It'll drive you nuts. Okay, there's the heat. There is the heat. So, yeah, it's not down there at Horno Hill. It's up here. Aha. So we're seeing, not that far, we're seeing right here.
There's a cover engine 90 so you can release them.
Yeah, so this is when I turn the volume up, and the next one's going to go bam.
Sorry, copy.
Wish I could throw money at the ham radio ops. Thank you, anybody who's tuned in for the first time today. Remember, like button on your way out if you go to sleep is appreciated. And subscribe too. I try to go live in any kind of crisis, interrupt and stop my life. I need your support to remain ad free for sure, and well, to be running. So there's a PayPal link, which is the best way to support, in the pinned comment. But also the super chat and super thanks button is there. YouTube takes 30%, but hey, if it's easier for you, that's fine. Or just pat me on the head and tell me I'm doing a good job. It's now 30 after midnight, but I'm here to man my station. So this might be where the radio towers are. Right here. And I think the fire is lapping at them. There's a space here. But I don't see the towers. Might have to switch back to CalTopo for a more up-to-date satellite picture. Kind of open space is kind of like where radio towers usually are. Road up to the hill. This is where the camera's looking. Or I don't think you can see over the hill. I don't think this is where the radios are. All right, let's compare our topo. So I'm not sure if this Camp Pendleton thing is going to be an okay situation tomorrow. I am not sure. I think the best fire situation is probably the mission fire. They'll probably get that under control tonight. Looks like it's dying down. It's on a rocky hill without too much in the way of vegetation. So even embers can't be as bad as normal on a, say, a forested slope or something. Thanks everybody, mods especially, and anybody who's contributed information today. I really appreciate it. I'm really not familiar with Southern California, and I need definitely to fix my system for being notified by apps. I don't know if this is where radio towers are. Let's can't tell imagery or service map ends. Scan topo. Firing ranges. Observation tower or firing ranges. But no, it looks like a radio tower, definitely. So, I don't think the camera can see over this. I mean, maybe the maps just aren't updated. I can't imagine them being classified and then sticking a wildfire cam where I could see it. Maybe they're just not on the topos available for free here. That's a better satellite pic. Maybe not. So let's look at the forecast. Exact wind forecast for the Highland Fire tomorrow. That's something I forgot to do. I just got a watch duty update as well. It says Sycamore Fire, a new one. A new one. Sycamore Drive and Cox Road in San Marcos, California. And good news, the mission fire, no immediate structure threat. Yay. Oh, there we got a new fire. Okay. Oh god, that's scary. We got a new fire. 10 by 20 foot vegetation fire in a creek bed with a slow rate of spread. Potential for only 1 acre. Oh, that was super loud. Oof, okay. They said potential for 1 acre. Thank God. That's San Diego County. So I have failed to figure out where this radio tower is. Maybe it's closer to the camera. But it wouldn't make sense because the fire's not over there. Let's turn on. Yeah, most of these. Okay. What about all satellites? All right. There are firing range observation towers down here, but I just wouldn't think that the camera would be able to see over the hill. Let's take a look again. Right, that's island. Island. Here we go. Refresh. The fire at Camp Pendleton. Oh, God. How could firefighters stand these sounds? I would quit, I think, after day 2. Just hearing crap like this on the radio. Oh, I'm out. Okay, that's a breathing problems asthma attack. See, these look like radio towers. And a fire may have burned them over.
Space 166, they advised they had not called 911.
Never mind. The firefighters just said the resident that said they had breathing problems. We went to their address and they said we did not call 911. What are you talking about? So apparently they have the wrong address. Recall the caller. I don't know what we're looking at. Maybe it is firing range observation towers. But it sure looks like the fire just burned over where they were. I'd give anything for a camera right on there. Okay. David, if you're still there, are you still there, David? Or did David come in? I did explain the spooky story earlier of Ellis Lake, where. Sorry, I'm still listening to the radio. Ellis Lake's east shore, Marysville, California. I used to fish with my kiddie pole for the bluegill. Little fish this big. I wanted to try eating one, and thank God my parents stopped me. And since there was a park bench, there and shade, it was one of the premium places. That was one of the premium places to fish. So my first spooky story, and I almost started a second one when we had to cover these fires. These fires. Let's go look back at the Highland. This is the current situation. Let's do the last 30 minutes. I don't see it moving. That's perfect. Now I'm going to look at the weather forecast in a second. To finish my thought, my spooky story was there I was as a kid in that exact spot because the park bench hasn't moved. Nobody liked to sit on the sidewalk or because A, you burn your legs off. It's routinely like 110 degrees in the valleys of California in summer. And B, there's duck poop everywhere. So you don't even want to sit in the grass or put a blanket down or anything. If you can find a shaded spot with a park bench, oh, people would fight over those. So we would always make a beeline for just a few spots on the lake where that exists. The east side was one of them. So I remember very vividly where that was. I would cast my line out with the kiddie pole, and I kept snagging something, and I'd have to cut the line. I actually tried in frustration to enter the water, and because it only looked like this obstruction was 3 feet down at the most, maybe even just 2. So I figured I'd A, figure out what it is, and B, stop losing my hooks and lures. And my parents stopped me from entering the water because it's real scuzzy and gross. If they hadn't stopped me, I think I may have solved a cold case. It's so mind-blowing. I probably would have been traumatized for life, too, because if I had been able to feel around in the water, I would have been feeling the roof of a submerged car with a skeleton inside. A lady presumably drove her car into the lake and drowned. Or she was killed, murdered, and the car was rolled into the lake or driven in there on purpose. It's unknown because that was in 1981. And they just found the car in 2003. So they'll never come up with a cause of death now, unless, say, skull fractures or something are present. I don't think they have. But not only did the lady disappear only from blocks away, she was living with her son out of a motel at the time, blocks away, or just probably within a block, but on the same block actually. Not only did they tell her 12-year-old son, not only did they not look for her very hard, they told her 12-year-old son that she walked out on them and put him immediately in foster care and said, oh, well, it's just terrible. Whenever there's a body of water next to where a person goes missing, you always check it. You always put divers in, you dredge, you do it, you drain, whatever you need to do, because that's usually where you find your victims. If people disappear without a trace and their car does too, they're usually in a body of water. It's a statistical fact. Here's our current. Let's do a 5-minute time lapse. This is looking way better. Okay, let's go back 1 hour. We had a huge Pac-Man shaped crescent moon wall of flames sort of on the 3 hours ago. See? And it looks like we now have just 3 points burning. If they can get this contained hard by noon the next day, that's the magic number to keep it, the fire will from getting bigger. I don't want to say small, but from becoming a monster. Because noon the next day is when the sun's rays heat up the air, humidity drops, and the fire gets fuel again, like it gets a dose of steroids from the sun. And let's see when the winds are supposed to come back. And if I pause, it's because I'm still listening to the radio. So if I go to the NOAA weather app, overnight, it's going to be 55 degrees. That's good. Colder it is, better it is for firefighting. And let's see, humidity 12% at night. Santa Ana's terrible. The humidity is going to be about 8% by tomorrow at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. That's why it's so important to do something by noon the next day. Unbelievable 8%. Now, below 40 is when you get fire danger, okay? When it's in the 20s, it's critically bad. 8% is unbelievable. I think ovens on bake are about 8% humidity. All right, so currently wind speed is a solid 20 miles an hour from the southeast, currently gusting to around 30. But I'm sure there's the occasional 50-mile-an-hour wind gust, just like they said, the red flag warning today. Wind speed's not going to change until noon tomorrow. It'll come from the east instead of the southeast. And around noon tomorrow, wind speed will be a solid, constant 25 miles an hour, gusting to around 39. Well, that's your average gust. I'm sure it could go back up to 50 again, so hold on to your butts. Now, we've still got some serious wind heading into Wednesday morning. And then, I don't know how accurate any forecast is going to be beyond Wednesday for Santa Ana's. I would love to ask Holt Hamley, YouTuber, Weather Wonder Child. No, he's an adult, but I call him Hamley the Kid because that's his Wild West name that I gave him. I'd love to ask Holt Hamley, how do you predict Santa Ana's? Do you have a lot of warning, or do they just kind of suddenly appear? It's been a long time since I lived in California and I've paid attention to California news or had that going. It looks so much better. Look, just two bright spots of a fire. They have divided it. They have divided to conquer. That's what you do. They've split it down the middle. Great job. Look at that. Look at that. So, I don't know if we can see the entirety, though, of the Highland Fire. This is one camera angle. Just one. It's best. I need to consult with the Red Mountain look that are looking from the north, but they can't see beyond much. We saw it peeking beyond the hills earlier. All right, let's do a 6-hour time lapse for this Red Mountain cam. This is north looking south. You can see the hills are in the way. You can see the smoke and the greenish tint to the horizon because of the aerosols of the fire. Well, and California's pollution. Maybe a little bit of camera chromatic distortion. Just, oh, for the love of God, just keep it in focus. These cameras just should lock infinite focus, and that should be that. It's going in and out of focus. That red glow is a fire there. Something over there too. Now, there's a second camera, the one to the south. Another tone out. Riverside Red 2 cam. So, chest pain call on the radio. I won't unmute it for you. Where's this one looking? Oh, this was from the south too. South of Hammett. Okay. Okay. I'm not interested now. I want to see Red Mountain south. Yeah, it is from the north. Okay. 12-hour time lapse. See how the canyon is just like a wind tunnel. A great example. So reminiscent of the deadly fires in Washington State, the Gray and Oregon Road fires in Washington State. Crazy wind. You know it's crazy wind when the smoke is laying flat against the ground. Now, all the white there isn't flames. It's hot smoke too, and it's out of focus and not calibrated. But you get an idea. How just wide and expansive it became. We're coming up on midnight. Okay, present. So this is a different angle. Looking at the two white spots, but from the north. So I think the firefighters have successfully divided it in two, from what we can tell. And it's not moving further. I don't want to say something like progress stopped or whatever. That's something they declare. But it looks like it. Oh, we've got a mapping plane going on. So Beechcraft Super King is circling. Hopefully very soon we get a perimeter map update. That would be good. And then we can see what was potentially lost. We haven't had a watch duty update for 3 hours. But this Intel 24 plane is doing work. It's at 12,500 feet. Air attack or air tactical type. I don't know if it's mapping. Mapping is usually a back and forth, zigzag, zigzag, a very distinct zigzag pattern. This might be just air attack, like tactical, meaning trying to talk to the firefighters right now and tell them what's up rather than doing the mapping. But I hope it's some sort of a map will update us soon. Let's look at Twitter. The latest. There we go. Daniel Firecopter. That's a very good person to be following. Says, yeah, Intel 24 planes overhead right now. Yep. Should be getting a new acreage soon. Copter 301 got a drone flying 3 hours ago. I'm going to share that. I should have said that I was live covering this on Twitter. God, I totally forget, friends. I totally forget. Oh, God. Okay. Sorry. I didn't mean to show home burning. I wish it would not autoplay. Sorry, I try not to show that on my stream. I'm sure I'd have all kinds of subscriptions if I showed fire devastation and homes burning to the ground and burned up animals and people crying. But I don't want to. This is a place of refuge. You going to sleep, Christopher? Thank you so much for being here today, being such an awesome mod, being consistently here. Okay, there's a couple more firefighters being released from the incident, swapping out with night shift. I'm sure it's got to be a very long shift. Thank you, Christopher. Still have 24 viewers here. Yeah, I should have. This is one way you can help me, guys, is when I forget, post that I'm live and tag the fire. Post a link to my stream. Okay, David is probably asleep. Who's actually awake right now? I know there's some lurkers and the people who never made a YouTube account. They can't chat. Who can? Who's still awake? Like, is everybody asleep? Last night, when I was just messing around, I thought today my spooky story would be about the beast of Gévaudan in France, which was it's like a werewolf tale, a true animal attack story of great mystery, though. Some animal killed somewhere between 170 and 300 people over the course of like 2 years in France. It could have been a wild beast of Africa that escaped somebody's personal zoo in the 1700s France. But it was a real event. And it got otherwise people proud of being part of the Enlightenment of France and not believing in superstitions anymore. It got people to believing the werewolf myths of the pagan Bronze Age, you know. Because nothing seemed to quite explain it. It seemed supernatural. But I think plenty is explainable, like the way that it shrugged off 9 bullets, like 9 different dragoons, meaning mounted infantry. I mean, the army was called out. The army of France was called to deal with the problem, like just kill every wolf in sight until the man-eater is taken down, please. Well, it supposedly shrugged off about 9 hits from muskets, but that is explainable. Like, what if it was a damp morning? If the gunpowder was wet, it's not going to throw a musket very hard. Let's go back to looking at the fires. Let's see what's going on now with the mission one. I can barely see it. Yeah. Right, it was just the camera that had the mission fire. Cool, yeah, let's look at the update for the mission fire. So it could be explained by gunpowder being kind of damp. Remember that expression, keep your powder dry. It means so you don't fire blanks, essentially. Wet gunpowder means that a musket is going to throw the ball like a spitball. Whoops. Okay, mission fire. 24.5 acres on. 18 minutes ago, an update. It just was burning on top of a rocky mountain. Okay. Well, great. I mistakenly thought it was on the other mountain adjacent that had structures on it. Thank goodness it wasn't. It was just on this rocky hill park. So anyway, last night, I think anybody is awake. Nobody responded. Last night, I was explaining how Bing Chat, the chat part of Bing.com, excuse me, the radio, can generate art. Like if I needed a snarling wolf, scary looking wolf or a werewolf, you can just ask AI to generate it for you and boom, it's there. It makes, hang on, radio time.
This copy is released out of service, midnight 52.
Okay, I think they're just talking about rotating crews. Nothing like an update. I would like an update. We can kind of see from the cams. It's died down. For now. This is a view north looking south. Looks the same kind of south looking north. I think they've divided the fire and there's just two major hotspots right now. Great sign. So anyway, the last 20 minutes of my stream last night, after I ended the Egg Round Poe story, I had about 8 viewers, 9. I mean, that's to be expected in the middle of the night. And I was just explaining about how it's so cool. You can ask AI to paint you a wolf picture, and it looks very realistic. And here I am chatting away about how this works. Well, this afternoon, I go, actually, no, it was after the broadcast ended. Sorry, radio. After the broadcast ended, I tried to make timestamps so people could just listen to the Edgar Allan Poe story instead of the entire stream. And I found out the last 20 minutes of the broadcast were completely mute. I had no sound and nobody told me. That's because I think nobody was awake. Big Al is awake. Hey, looks like there is a plane circling the fire mapping. Absolutely. That's what I just pointed out. It's a Intel 24 plane. I first saw it on watch duty, and then I just checked. See, it's not doing a mapping pattern now. It may just be reporting to ground crews what it's seeing. I would expect a characteristic up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, back and forth, rather than circling. So maybe though it's mapping. It just a circle can't do the same kind of quality that the zigzag pattern can do. I'm still listening to radios. At least some of the firefighters are being released and going to presumably to sleep really hard right now. Well, on Twitter, it's supposed that we'll be getting a new acreage estimate. It could do that, but I don't know if it's going to be quite what we hope for, like a super accurate perimeter map with LiDAR and the whole 9 yards. I hope though, Big Al. Well, we'll get at least better info.
Back to fire.
I'm sorry about that loud sound, but I think it's still talking about transporting the firefighter who got burned, and that was
Highland, I
ours.
see that's negative. Resource sufficient with the 2 ambulances currently at the ICP. We can release the third to transport it.
Highland, I think there is copies relaying to AMR.
Okay, sorry. I think that's about the burned firefighter. I don't think he's at a medical facility yet. That's a long time to have second-degree burns, and I hope he's got painkillers. That's all I got to say. So on the radio, they just said we don't need a third ambulance. That's redundant. You're trying to rendezvous with the Miracle flight at Temecula Valley because it was going to take much longer to rendezvous at a hospital. Yeah, that's the problem with these high wind wildfires. If you do get burned by them, our heroes can't be airlifted out because of the high winds, oftentimes, and the smoke. That's just pretty damn awful. You have to really appreciate their sacrifices. Big Al says right on, it's 4 a.m. here, hitting the sack, and 9-all. Thanks for switching the broadcast. Yeah, of course. I'm grateful for you being here and your awesome moderation plus local knowledge. Let's talk tomorrow. Definitely. I'm wondering if I shouldn't sign off now too, because we're entering that period where there's nothing really to do. Whatever has happened right now has already happened today. Radio's gone mostly quiet. I don't want to say the winds have died down, but at least the fires has not spread on the cams that we could see. It has not spread as far as I can tell on the satellite picture either. We have a few updates on it. And I would like to not have my voice be dead for tomorrow. Man, look how it was one solid line of fire. They've divided it into two portions now. From what we can tell, it's a good sign. So we'll find out the aftermath of daylight tomorrow. What exact structures were lost? Listening. All right, we've got a scratchy radio transmission.
AMR, it's going to be building K. The back entrance of building K.
Okay, that's about medical crews. I don't know if it's about rendezvousing with the firefighter or what. So, all right, friends, we have 17 viewers. At least one was awake, which was Big Al. So, I do think we should end the broadcast, save my throat, and I should try to sleep. I oftentimes really can't. It's difficult, I should say, when we've had a crazy day like this. But tomorrow at noon, I would imagine, by at least 2 p.m., we are going to get some serious winds back. So, if I can be here by 2 p.m., that would be good. All right, I'll try my best to sleep, even though I just slammed down coffee to stay awake. Because it was hit or miss. If the fire very well could have continued rampaging and marching all night. We could have had new starts. We could have had new towns affected. I mean, we did have that one at Mission. The Mission fired, but thank goodness it was on a rocky hillside park rather than in a neighborhood. In a way, we're lucky that this was the only one tonight that affected all structures. When Santa Ana's blow, sometimes you have multiple towns being devastated at the same very night. It makes it very hard to respond effectively because it affects such a large region of California. Any open flame or anybody who had a campfire that wasn't extinguished properly, any car accident, spilling fuel, any power line down, barbecues on people's porches with hot coals in them from the day before, knocked over, start burning down a deck, a house goes up, the neighborhood goes up. You have scenarios like that where it's whack-a-mole with massive, each fire becoming massive. In a way, we got lucky that there's only this one to potentially worry about. I mean, not dismissing the one at Camp Pendleton, but it didn't take any structures. So we had 3 fires of note today, but this Highland Fire is the only one that devastated a town. Well, I'll try to get rest and be here by 2 p.m. tomorrow. That's when it'll be important to be covering this. So, friends, I'll just say goodnight and My thoughts and prayers are with you. Anybody who has lost anything or is worried that they have. But try to sleep. Don't watch the cams all night and drive yourself nuts. Just tell your body you have to sleep because you have to be awake in the morning. Tomorrow it's important to be rested. That's when I try to tell myself. Try to make it cooperate. Because once you've done all you can do, that's all you can do. And the firefighters did all they could do today. It's now in the past, whatever was lost. We may have an exciting day tomorrow. The winds are not over. There may be new things threatened tomorrow. We will see. But we need our strength. So I'm going to say goodnight to everybody. Hit the like button on your way out. Subscribe if you forgot. As you hit the ring bell, you'll be notified whenever I go live, which is usually in a crisis. I was hoping it would be for spooky story readings around Halloween, but this takes precedent. So, good luck, everybody. I hope for the best in this situation. It could have been worse today, for sure. So good night and good luck. See you tomorrow, friends.